All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council special meeting of Tuesday, December the 5th, 2023. Now, this special council meeting was called by myself, Mayor Ken, Mayor Sim, whatever, under sections 2.5A and 14.5 of the procedure bylaw for the purpose of hearing from speakers on the draft 2024 budget. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the procedure bylaw. The City of Vancouver electronic meetings, as such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking presentations and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available, and council members are reminded that in accordance, I'm sorry, I should slow down. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of emergency and where we need to evacuate the building, you can just proceed through those glass doors, hang a left at the column, and go downstairs, there are two exits there. And if for whatever reason those glass doors are obstructed, please use one of the four doors on the sides here and walk, don't run, and definitely do not use the elevator. I'd also like to highlight that there's a defibrillator at the end of the hall there if for whatever reason we need it. Now, I'd also acknowledge that we're hosting today's meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and the care that they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I think it's incumbent upon us to unlearn what we've learned in the past and learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. And if we do that, we're going to build an incredible future full of love and prosperity for all of us, not just today, but going out 7 generations. Now, I do want to highlight one other thing. Last night, we held our first council-to-council meeting at Musqueam. Sorry, my first. I know there are other members here that have participated in the past, and it was great. And breaking bread as friends and getting a true understanding as to how we can row in the same direction together. It was really cool. I also do want to take a moment to recognize that we have incredible people at the City of Vancouver, be it at the City of Vancouver, the VPD, Vancouver Fire and Rescue. See you there. We have people that really care, that work incredibly hard, and in a lot of cases put their lives on the line every single day. So we get to enjoy this incredible city. And I'm so proud to be standing, and I know I speak for council as well. We're so proud to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with all of you and stay awesome. All right, clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. And Councillor Zhou.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thank you. Before we get started, I do want to mention one thing. The world's greatest soccer player ever in the history of soccer. I want to stress that, not men's or women's soccer, in soccer, is playing, Christine's playing her last game today. And as a proud Canadian, it's just been awesome watching her make her country proud. And, on behalf of council, would love to give her a shout out and say thank you for everything she's done for sports in our country and around the world. Okay, the plan for today. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on X at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn. The purpose of today's special council meeting is to receive staff presentation, team member presentations, ask questions of team members, and hear from speakers on the 2024 capital and operating budget and related reports. Debate and decision on the 2024 capital and operating budget and related reports is scheduled for the council meeting on Tuesday, December the 12th, 2023. So the plan for today, we have one item on today's agenda, the 2024 capital and operating budget. We will begin with 2 team member presentations, followed by questions to team members, and then hear from speakers. Council will then recess at noon to convene in a separate special council meeting for the purposes of going in camera. Council will break for lunch shortly thereafter, followed by in camera at 1 p.m. This meeting will then continue at 2 p.m. and council will adjourn or recess at 5 p.m. unless council resolves to extend the meeting before that time. In addition, if an additional day is required, we will reconvene this meeting tomorrow, December the 6th at 3 p.m. If you have any questions during the presentation, please email them directly to Patrice Impey, General Manager, Finance, Risk, and Supply Chain Management, so that team members may prepare responses. Questions to team members will take place after both presentations. We will begin with a staff presentation on the 2024 climate budget, starting with an introduction from the City Manager.
Thanks very much, Mayor and Council. Good morning. So just a few brief comments from me, and then I'll turn it over to Patrice. So, of course, the objective for this morning is to provide you with a presentation on the 2024 draft operating and capital budget. This is the culmination of a process that takes roughly 6 months and produces a document several hundred pages long. So the team's going to walk through that today at a relatively high level. Of course, we're here to answer any questions. If there's additional detail today, we can follow up in writing over the next week. Want to acknowledge the amount of work that goes into this by our finance team as well as the leadership teams across all of our operational groups. It's a significant amount of effort that's required here to produce this. Of course, taking into account the direction that Council gave us in approving the 2023 budget that has informed this budget draft significantly. We are continuing, as you know, to be faced with some pretty significant pressures on cost, which you'll hear more about today from the team. The draft budget includes additional investments, particularly in public safety that this council has directed, as well as new revenues, which is another direction that council gave us to look for that. So that's, in essence, again, we're happy to answer any questions either today or over the coming week that you might need, information you might require for your decision on the 12th. That'll turn it over to Patrice, thank her and the team.
Great, thank you, and I'm happy to kick this off. Patrice Impey, General Manager, Finance, Risk, and Supply Chain Management. I'm joined here by Colin Knight, who is our Director of Financial Planning and Analysis, and Pragya Gruel, who is Associate Director of Financial Planning and Analysis. As well as you can see, we have our General Managers and a large group of members of both our business and finance teams who are here to answer any questions you have. As noted, we will be providing that information today to share with you, and then you'll have a week to consider all of that, and then we'll come back again on December the 12th. So the budget agenda includes reports to establish the utility and engineering fees for 2024. So those fees are incorporated in the 2024 draft budget, pending any adjustments that council may choose to make. You'll also note that there's a new report this year on the climate budget. And in past years, we've reported as part of our budget process our key priorities, of which climate was one. However, earlier this year, Council requested staff to begin developing a specific climate budget. And we do have a short presentation on that topic, really to give Council an update on our progress. It is a work in progress. We'll share that with you, and then that will follow with a presentation on the overall capital and operating budget. So as you all know, developing a budget is a delicate balance of investing in and reprioritizing our resources to align with council, board, and community priorities, as well as focusing on delivering our services and adjusting those services to the changing environment, and continuing to look at how we can improve and our processes to do business better. And all of that is within the context of managing the levels of tax and fee increases. So I just want to recognize this budget represents a huge amount of work from many, many team members across the organization, and a great deal of thought has gone into those trade-offs in those areas that I spoke about. So just before we start the presentations, I'd like to just really take a moment to thank the team for their incredible work in putting this together, and we look forward to your questions and comments. All right, so I'll begin by inviting Brad Bedell, our Director of Sustainability, to present our first climate budget update.
That's okay. Great. Thank you, Patrice. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Brad Bedell, Director of Sustainability, and I'm pleased to be here this morning to present on the climate budget, the report that's before you. Before I dive into the presentation, I wanted to first thank my colleagues, particularly those in finance, for all of their support and partnership with this work. I also wanted to speak briefly just to the challenge of conveying and communicating the climate budget. I hope that the report and presentation today is simpler and more understandable. It's a really important tool for all of us in terms of decision making, so hopefully it's a clear message today. So in terms of an agenda for the presentation, I'll start by providing a bit of context about climate budgets around North America and the world and best practices. I'll speak to the proposed approach for our climate budget here in Vancouver. I'll then highlight how this connects to the 2024 capital and operating budget, as well as looking to future needs and next steps. The overall purpose of the presentation is to respond to a council motion on February 15th, directing staff to report back on climate-related investments in the budget. So the report before you today has two recommendations. The first is that council receive the climate budget report for information and consideration in the budget process. And the second is directing staff to manage our financial needs through a variety of tools, one of which is seeking more senior funding, sustainable senior funding, using regulatory tools, as well as using more optimized service delivery to get the best bang for buck from our projects related to climate. This slide here presents kind of a brief recap of the motion from February 15th. The motion had a lot more details than this, but this pulls out some of the key elements. The first was directing staff to report back with a complete operating and capital spend related to climate in this budget. Staff have been doing this for several years now, so I would describe this piece as a work in progress and improvement on what we've done in the past. The second one is to report out on the expected outcomes from each of our investments. And the third is around the benefits and avoided costs from taking climate action now. And you'll see those in the presentation or in the report, and I'll speak to it in this presentation. So to start with, the question is, what is a climate budget? Climate budget is a decision-making tool to help inform financial planning specifically related to climate action. It's not a static inventory. It's not just a labeling system. It's really meant to be a tool. So how does it do that? There's a few different ways it does that. The first one is it presents a complete, holistic perspective of climate in the budget. A few years ago, if you had looked for climate in our capital or operating budget, you would not have found it because it shows up in multiple divisions across the city. It's a cross-cutting measure, much like many of council's other priorities. So for climate, we now have that holistic picture of it in the budget. The second one is that it provides a way of prioritizing. In simple terms, getting the biggest bang for buck with our limited resources for climate. And the third one is around looking at our planned spend versus our future need. Identifying what's in the budget is helpful, but absent the context of how much is needed, it doesn't mean that much. And I'll add to this, it's not all city investment. We really are looking for senior government investment, and this climate budget gives us the roadmap to pursue that senior funding in a more organized and clear way. So one of the first things that staff did when we undertook this work from the motion was to look at other cities for best practices. Across Canada, most of the bigger cities are in some state of developing a climate budget, from Edmonton to Saskatoon to Toronto, as well as internationally, cities like New York and Oslo. And we looked at all of those and spoke with many. We're also part of a cross-Canada project being led by an organization called ICLEI, in partnership with the University of Waterloo, that is essentially pulling together best practices and a toolkit for climate budgeting. And we've gathered some early learnings from that project as well. So a few things that we've learned are highlighted on this slide. The first is that all of the cities are viewing it as a system to help them meet their climate needs, to get the biggest bang for buck, to prioritize, to clarify what is in the climate budget. The second one is around that prioritization, developing ways of identifying what are the higher priority budget items related to climate and identifying those. The third speaks to a challenge that I would say is common across cities. It's quantifying the impact of line-by-line items in the budget. It's really difficult to do, and we're not the only ones that have struggled with that. I'll give a couple of examples. A block of protected bike lane, workforce training project related to green buildings. These are great projects, but in and of themselves, they're difficult to quantify in terms of carbon pollution. But we can quantify them in a more systemic way in terms of active transportation and reducing emissions from green buildings or from buildings. That's something other cities have experienced as well. Most cities in Canada have not yet focused on adaptation, so this is a space where we are probably stepping a bit to the forefront. Our budget in front of you today has both mitigation and adaptation. It's a strength of ours, I would say. The last one is the project definitions vary considerably. What's in a climate budget? They vary, but there's also a lot of commonalities in terms of what other cities consider a climate project, and I'll speak to that as we go through ours as well. The other piece of research that we did was looking at the cost of inaction or the benefits of taking early action, and this is in response to the motion. I'll speak to a couple points on this slide. On the left-hand side, you can see $29 billion of land, buildings, and infrastructure is potentially at risk in the city if we do nothing to protect those areas. This is a good example of this is not just a city responsibility. Flood protection, coastal flood protection has long been an area where the federal government and provincial government have played a role, but absent any efforts, there's a lot of buildings and land at risk there. On the right-hand side, a couple of examples I'll point to. From the climate emergency plan, we did some economic modeling. By 2030, residents in Vancouver will save a cumulative $850 million. That's through affordable active transportation and improved transit, through energy savings, and through avoided carbon tax costs. So a big savings. The top one on the right-hand side comes from the National Adaptation Strategy. It's a cross-Canada number, but it speaks to $1 invested now can save, on average, $13 to $15 in climate impacts in the future. So getting into the proposed approach for our climate budget, there are two circles. You'll see the climate beneficial and climate priority that essentially are the buckets that we have used for our climate budget. In climate beneficial, anything that has a material benefit to our climate work lands in that bucket. I'll give an example of that. Landfill gas capture. Our landfill gas system already captures 3/4 of emissions, so our waste emissions are relatively small in the city. We're mandated to capture that methane. However, it is still helping to reduce emissions, so it fits in that climate beneficial bucket. The inner circle is what we call climate priority. These are the ones that are the biggest bang for buck, that land in the Climate Emergency Action Plan, that land in the adaptation strategy. In layperson terms, if you were to gather 10 or 15 projects that have the biggest impact, it's these ones. And these are the ones that we shine a bigger spotlight on in the budget. A couple of examples of climate priority. Green buildings work in terms of advancing our building code to a near zero emission standards. That has a huge impact across the city and takes us a long way to hitting our 2030 target. So measures to support that code change and to support the industry to make the change, that fits into the climate priority bucket. It's not just community-focused actions, though. It's also corporate leadership. We saw a great example yesterday with the EV fire truck. As a city, we have a place to demonstrate leadership, to show what's possible, to help build momentum in the supply chain, and that fire truck was a great example of that. So that also fits in the climate priority where we are demonstrating leadership. This slide helps kind of graphically show what I walked through on that previous slide. If we move forward with climate beneficial work only, you'll see the top line, that light gray line. There's a modest decline in carbon pollution out to 2030, but it's quite a modest decline. I would characterize it more as a business as usual at this point. When you bring in the climate priority measures, that's what really bends the curve down towards our target. We don't have this same graph for adaptation because it doesn't lend itself quite as neatly to modeling as mitigation, but the same approach was used for adaptation. And I would say for any council priority, this similar approach could be used, highlighting your key priorities to get you to the outcome that you're seeking. So now looking at with that approach, I'll speak to what's in the 2024 budget, and I'll also speak a little bit to future needs for both adaptation and mitigation. So in the capital budget, there's close to $39 million for mitigation and adaptation. It's about 11% of the city's overall budget. I'll speak to a bit more detail on the next slide as to what makes up that capital number. On the operating side, it's about $25 million in operating, or about 1% of the city's overall budget. Again, I'll speak to that on the next slide. This is information that we actually have provided in previous budgets for the last 3 years, I think. But I would say this number has been updated and refined thanks to the motion. So in terms of what's in that capital budget, the slide right now is showing what relates to the Climate Emergency Action Plan. You can see on the left, $17.7 million for active transportation and transit. It's a big part of our capital investment related to climate. It tends to be infrastructure heavy, whether it's improving sidewalks, protected bike lanes, transit improvements. This is stuff where the city builds infrastructure, so it tends to be more expensive. There's a lot of savings for residents in that bucket, though. Moving to the right, you can see $2.9 million for EV charging and other supports for that, and $4.4 million for the zero emission building program and low carbon building materials. Further to the right, restored forest, essentially tree planting. There's close to $2 million in the capital budget for tree planting to support Big Move number 6. When we bring into the slide, the adaptation strategy, you see overlap on trees. That's natural. Trees sequester carbon. They also provide a huge adaptation benefit for us as a city. So that overlaps with the adaptation strategy. There's budget there for extreme rainfall, the green infrastructure work that we've been doing across the city. It also cools the city, but it's in the extreme rainfall bucket here. And then to the right, our coastal adaptation planning, as well as some implementation. We've got some pilot projects lined up as well within that. On the operating side, we don't quite have that detailed breakdown, but it's primarily for staffing. There is some budget in there for our fleets, as well as for small equipment, electrifying small equipment. I'll say on the staffing perspective, these are not all staff. In fact, the majority of that is not staff that have climate in their title. These could be things like transportation design engineers. These could be green infrastructure installers. These are staff across the city that are doing work that helps advance our climate, but aren't necessarily climate titled, if that makes sense. This next slide shows the source of funding for our capital and operating budget items. This is new information. We've never pulled this information before, and we've never shared it before. On the capital side, it's DCLs that are the largest source, 45% of funds. That directly connects to the active transportation and transit elements on the previous slide. The next one you see there, partner funding at 16%. This is senior funding, TransLink the province, that is annual reliable funding that we can essentially plan around receiving. This doesn't reflect the grant funding that we've been quite successful in securing. I'll say in just the last month or so, we've secured $3 million from NRCan for buildings work and $1.6 million from the federal government for EV charging work. So that is not captured. This is just planned senior funding. Further to the right, you can see tax and debt funding as well for the capital. In terms of operating, 61% of our operating budget comes from tax. This is pretty consistent with what you would see across the city. I think citywide it's about 58%, so consistent with what you would see elsewhere in the city. So in terms of future investment needs, to be clear on this one, this is speaking to, in the Climate Emergency Action Plan, we had a financial framework that essentially estimated how much investment was needed to put us on track for our target by 2025, and the number was $500 million over 5 years. To be clear, that was not necessarily a city investment. This also points to the need for senior funding, but that was the number. Staff were directed to update that number. There's been lots of changes with the Climate Emergency Action Plan and with cost in general, so we did that. The number you see on the left under climate mitigation is $250 million over the next 3 years. So roughly $70 million, so a reduction over what we had in the Climate Emergency Action Plan. And that does include the significant inflation we've seen over the last couple of years. The reason for the changes there, we are building some of our active transportation infrastructure much more cost effectively now, particularly since the pandemic, so we're seeing savings there. In other areas, some work has not proceeded, so that's been taken out. The net result is a reduction from what you would have seen in 2020. There is still a gap. So if you compare what's in the capital with what's in this need, there is a gap. I'll speak to some of the ways that we can fill that gap going forward. On the right-hand side, climate adaptation, you'll see the TBD there. Adaptation does not have targets. We're not the only ones. In fact, I'm not aware of any climate adaptation strategy that has strong numerical targets. It makes it really difficult to then calibrate an investment need if you don't have those targets. It is something that we want to work towards, and when we bring the next 5-year adaptation strategy in 2025, I'm hopeful that we will have some form of targets or metrics and can start to identify like how much should we be investing to keep up with adaptation. So I spoke a little bit to the gap on the SEEP side in particular, but there is likely a gap on the adaptation side as well. There's a few different tools for closing this gap. The first one is continuing to use our regulatory tools. Funding is certainly a need, and it ultimately could be a barrier to us getting all the way to the target, but there are other tools that will bring us a long way to that target. The first is regulations. So new buildings in Vancouver are much more efficient now than they were 10 or 15 years ago. That's largely a regulatory tool that we've used there. We've helped the industry adapt to it and ready for it, but we can continue to use our regulations to drive that change. The second one is lower cost implementation. We're seeing protected bike lanes, sidewalk improvements now being done more cost effectively in general than they were 10 years ago, more simpler approaches. Some of the treatments that were done during the pandemic were kind of pop-up approaches that are being put into place more permanently now, but there's some savings there. The third one is really important, and I don't know if we stressed this enough back in 2020, but this budget gives us a roadmap to pursue senior funding. We can't do this on our own. We need more senior funding, and that funding, grants, yes, but sustainable, long-term sustainable funding is needed for this work. And this climate budget sets us up perfectly to be pursuing that, to be advocating for that. The last one is it does give us a great tool to use to make sure that we're prioritizing the right work in the budget, and also an opportunity going forward to identify unfunded or underfunded elements if that opportunity comes up within our financial processes. Just a couple more slides, but this one is kind of gives a sense of two things. One, our prioritization criteria, and a sense of the projects that didn't make the cut this year, but were near the top of the pile. So our prioritization criteria were impact. On mitigation, how much does this reduce carbon pollution? On adaptation side, how much does this reduce our risk to climate impacts? The second item is city cost. So essentially the top two are the bang for buck. The third one is around alignment. How much does this project align with other city priorities, as well as how well does it align with senior governments in terms of the opportunity to leverage funding? It's an important criteria for us. And the last one is equity. We always try to seek out opportunities to support equity with our climate projects. I'm going to speak to two on this slide just to give a sense of them. On the climate emergency action plan list, I'll speak to the medium and heavy duty truck retrofit pilot. The opportunity here would be to do a small study and then retrofit about 20 vehicles in our fleet with low emission engines as a way to demonstrate the feasibility of that. We think there's an opportunity to leverage almost one-to-one with the federal green freight program, so a good leverage opportunity and a great way to demonstrate leadership on that one. On the adaptation strategy side, I'll speak to the third one down. It's the heat pump cooling retrofit at Kerrisdale Library. We all know that libraries are a place that folks go when it's hot outside to seek refuge. The Kerrisdale Library has a lot of seniors in that neighborhood. It's a great opportunity to bring in mechanical cooling to that library with some modest carbon pollution reduction benefits, but really this is a cooling resilience-driven project. So in terms of next steps, our hope is that if the report is supported by council today, this will continue to be a work in progress, and we'll refine it and bring it forward to council each year with our climate mitigation and adaptation strategy reports. Going forward, we're hoping to do that every July or summer. The second one is really important, this continued enhancement piece. I spoke briefly to the project we're working on with ICLEI and the University of Waterloo. We're going to continue that work next year, and our intent is to continue to improve our definitions around what's in and what's out, and to continue to improve how we present this to council to enable better decisions in this space. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer questions.
We're looking at the script here. We're actually going to go to the presentation on the operating budget first. So we're going to hold off on questions on this, and we will circle back. So thank you very much for the presentation, Council. We will now hear the presentation on the 2024 draft operating and capital budget, starting with an introduction from the City Manager, Paul. Patrice.
Great, thank you very much, Brad. And yes, now we'll move on to our overall budget presentation. Our agenda will cover a quick, Colin, my don't seem to be moving here. 1 second. Great. We'll just walk through a little bit of context. I'll share with you some of the engagement information that we received, and then get into more detail on the capital and operating budget. So just in a bit of context, this is a journey we've been on, and we are nearing the end of that journey. We started out with the budget outlook, which provided some strategic lens on the budget. We built the budget through September and October, and that draft became available in November, and now in December is our time to provide that information to council publicly, and that opportunity for council to vote on the budget. So just a few summary points. We have been working towards a lower tax rate from the 2023 level, and that will be supported in the long term also by the Mayor's Budget Task Force. The budget outlook, if you recall, forecasted a tax increase of 9.5%. And so since that time, through our sustainable financial framework, we've been working on the budget, and it's now balanced while maintaining our current service levels at 7.6%. So this reduction was achieved through additional non-tax revenues and innovation and efficiencies in our city processes, both for 2024, and we will be continuing to do that over future years. And this is in the context of continued fiscal pressures in 2024, such as high construction costs and supply costs, and increasing charges from our regional authorities and increased labor costs. The budget also, though, focuses on increasing our capital delivery of infrastructure and amenities. So I'd like to share some of the feedback of our engagement and market research, and this helps also to guide prioritization of our plans, resources, and budgets. So our annual budget engagement focuses on two things. One is to better understand the priorities for city spending, and the second is preferences to balance the budget. The Talk Vancouver Budget Survey ran from August 24th to September 17th, and we received responses from over 2,800 residents and 500 businesses. The data is weighted by age and geography for residents and business size for business. A civic satisfaction survey was also completed in January of this year, and its focus is on priorities for our city services delivery. So I'd like to share a few slides on the engagement results. So when we asked about the priorities for the budget, this came back as the top 5 that were mentioned. And for both residents and businesses, housing is the #1 priority. And again, for both residents and businesses, that's followed by infrastructure and transportation, and then equity and social issues. So quite a bit of consistency in the responses across residents and businesses. And when we asked about next we asked about the preferred financial tools to balance the budget, and this is a question we ask regularly. And so this will share the results for businesses and residents. Now, you'll see for residents that they are most likely to support an increase in business and commercial property tax. It's 47% support that method, while businesses prefer to use user fees to balance the budget, whether new user fees or increases, and that has 45% and 43% support. But both residents and business are consistent in that they are least likely to support postponing infrastructure projects at 19% and 22%. So consistency there. I wanted to show you just some trends that we prepared, trending charts, so you can see how opinions have changed over the last few years. There's quite a bit of difference between when we compare previous years, which is the budget for 2022 and budget 2021, and then what we heard for the 2024 budget. So this chart is for residents. We also have one for businesses. But what you'll note is that increasing user fees has consistently received the most support, 40 to 50%. You'll see that that's also true for businesses. Over that period, resident support for increasing business and commercial taxes has gone up from 31% to 47%, and residential taxes from 28% to 40%. So quite a difference over that period. Postponing infrastructure has shifted significantly from 51% support in budget 2021 to 19% in the 2024 budget engagement. If we move to businesses, user fees consistently received a high level of support from businesses, similar to residents. And again, support for postponing infrastructure projects decreased from 53% for budget 2021 to 22%. So again, consistent with feedback from residents. And again, the budget 2021 would have been prepared in the context of the pandemic timeframe. So our 2023 Civic Satisfaction Survey, just to share some information on that, the city conducted that survey as by Ipsos, and it's a randomly selected representative sample of residents and businesses. And the goal of this survey is to track satisfaction with city services and provide insight into the priorities for those services. And what we found for residents, the service priorities were affordable housing, homelessness, and social policies, while for businesses, they were fire and rescue services, street infrastructure, and cleanliness. So summarizing both this year's budget engagement and the market research, significant amount of consistency, housing and infrastructure and transportation were top issues for both residents and businesses. They also both supported introducing new fees. There is a mix of support for property tax increases, of course, depending on the amount. So I'm going to pass it on to Colin Knight, and he's going to share some of the detail around the capital and operating budgets.
Great, thank you, Patrice. So I'm going to speak to the capital budget first in the upcoming section and just speak to some of the items that council will be asked to approve as part of the budget recommendations. So first I'll emphasize is that there's a significant focus in the budget on delivering and prioritizing completion of previously approved capital projects and program budgets. And we typically have projects that continue for multiple years. And so with the capital plan that council approved, that we'll be building in budget amounts consistent with delivering on these projects. And I'll speak to some of the projects on the coming slides. Council will be specifically asked to approve $368 million in new capital project multi-year budgets. And again, that is in alignment with the capital plan and funding needed to deliver on priorities of addressing the infrastructure deficit and advancing amenities to support growth. Also to note that the total expenditure budget for 2024 in capital is $782 million, which includes both the money that would be spent on the new projects as well as the delivery of the previously approved projects that will continue into 2024. That amount is 7% higher than the 2023 budget, and again, that reflects the focus on delivery and ramping up to deliver the approved capital plan. So you can see here this is focusing on the $1.25 billion in previously approved projects that will be delivered over the coming years. And so you can see a number of programs and projects, including in the utilities area, in areas such as parks and facilities, community centers and fire halls, and the Granville Bridge and Peony Amphitheaters examples. And so all of these projects are in various stages of progress that will be included in the 2024 budget and completing over the coming years. And just to note that of that $1.25 billion, 85 to 90% of that is expected to be spent over the next 2 years as these projects are delivered. This slide shows the areas of the budget for the new funding request, the $368 million in new capital projects and program budgets. And you can see the areas that funding is targeted to, and some examples of the types of projects that are funded through these new projects. And again, to note that this is just the new amounts, and so these would add to the significant investments in all of these service areas that are already previously approved and being delivered. Here we look at that $368 million from the perspective of how is it being funded, and so you can see the different types of funding sources. The majority, approximately 70%, is funded through the operating budget from taxes and utility rates, ultimately, and addressing that infrastructure gap and infrastructure deficit for renewal. The other funding sources that you see are related to development contributions and senior government funding, which is helping to advance growth of amenities for addressing the needs of the growing city. Looking at the capital expenditures for 2024 and into future years, indicatively, we see that we are increasing the 2024 capital budget. And again, that's consistent with both catching up the deferred and the delayed work that we see from prior plans and pandemic disruptions, as well as, again, the ramp up that we need to do to deliver on the significant renewal priorities to address the infrastructure deficit. So I'm going to move now to the operating budget, and just some highlights on this slide. So the operating budget proposed for 2024 is $2.2 billion. And you can see some of the key factors that are reflected in the budget, and I'll go into more details on these in subsequent slides. But I think, again, some points to emphasize. So on the revenue side, the property tax increase to balance the budget as proposed is 7.6%, and you can see that that works out to, for median strata, $100 a year in city taxes. And then on the utilities fees, the blended increase averaged across the utilities is 7.7%. And again, you can see the dollar amount there, $151 a year for a median single-family home. And then on the user fees and permits, there's a variety of different increases that have been approved by council previously or are as part of the engineering and utility fee reports proposed today. And the increases in those range, typically in the range of 6% in many areas to align to cost increases that we're seeing, but in some areas higher, such as in the development permit area where the average was 15%. Again, that's to align to the cost of providing the service in those areas. And then there's some other areas of incremental revenues based on prior council direction that has been incorporated into the budget. And examples of that would be revenue from on-street parking and short-term rental fees, as well as sponsorship, advertising, naming rights, and donations. Moving over to the cost side of the budget. So the budget reflects costs in a number of areas, but primarily the budget is based on fixed costs to maintain existing service levels. And so that includes negotiated settlement increases and contingencies around areas where we have not yet reached negotiated settlements and other non-discretionary cost increases, such as increases to WorkSafe for other non-discretionary items. And then we also, the regional utility charge increases, which are passed on through Metro Vancouver, as well as the pay-as-you-go capital contributions towards renewal of city utility infrastructure. And so those are key drivers of the budget increases. And I'll speak to the utility increases later in the presentation. There is additional funding, 1%, to maintain infrastructure, but that's on top of the funding that is already built into the budget around funding infrastructure renewal in the capital plan. And then there are some specific council-directed investments, and just highlighting the addition of 22 new firefighters and the full-year funding for the 100 police officers that were directed by council last year, and then, as noted, funding for uplifting Chinatown in 2023. You can see here how the budget looks in terms of the different revenue and expense areas. Again, this is consistent with what we typically see, where on the revenue side, property tax is the primary funding source, followed by utility fees and other program and user fees. And then on the expenditure side, we see that the largest areas are public safety with police and fire, and engineering and utilities. Just to note that when we look at the overall tax and utility bill for a typical single-family household, that a large portion of the bill is not the City of Vancouver. It is provincial taxes and taxes for regional entities such as TransLink and Metro Vancouver. And so that's a significant driver of the overall tax bill. And this, in terms of the city's budget, is really looking at that portion that is 61% of the tax bill. I'm going to focus on the proposed property tax increase of 7.6% and what is driving that increase. So the major factor is, again, fixed cost increases, which relates to negotiated settlements, as well as contingencies for settlements that have not yet been reached, premium increases for benefit areas such as WorkSafe BC, and then also the increased regional utility charges from Metro Vancouver that impact property tax through the sewer utility. All those factors amount to 5% just for city costs of maintaining service levels. I'll note as well that the Vancouver Police Department results in a 2.8% increase in property tax, which again relates to cost increases for VPD services, including the requisitioning of additional police officers approved by council. Also note that there are sizable increases through ECOM that are passed to the city, which is the provider of 911 emergency services. And so again, those those two items there are actually greater than the 7.6% property tax proposed. And then after those, we have the 1% infrastructure renewal to address the infrastructure deficit, which is consistent with the capital plan. And then lastly, the additional staffing in VFRS and Chinatown staffing, which rounds up the adds to the budget. And then on the revenue side, there's a 1.4% decrease in property tax based on the incremental revenues in a variety of areas that council has approved, including items related to park board revenue increases and fee increases, as well as expansion of on-street parking and sponsorship, advertising, naming rights, and donations revenues. And that will continue to be a focus in the city budget for multiple years as we look to find revenue opportunities and efficiencies to offset increases to property taxes. So you can see here what that translates into in terms of dollars per year extra for this budget for city services, VPD services, and infrastructure renewal. Just a note on the Vancouver Police Board proposed 2024 draft budget. So the Police Board submitted to Mayor and Council a proposed budget that is $6.1 million higher than what is included in the city draft proposed budget. And that's related to funding for additional pressures that the Vancouver Police Board has identified as noted below, which includes incremental costs related to nursing and physician contracts for jails, salary premiums, benefits for civilian professional and civilian professional position reclassifications, as well as additional amounts to fund operational right-sizing, including overtime, related funding for protests and demonstrations that have increased, and $2 million to fund adjustments to base budget for items such as the Justice Institute of BC costs for training recruits, additional statutory holiday pay, and funding to continue body-worn camera rollout. And then in addition to that, one-time funding for HVAC system and lighting replacements in jails. And so council has the option to amend the city's budget to accept these items approved by the VPD board, or to make amendments for some or all of these items. If all of them were added to the city's budget, the additional property tax impact would be 0.6%, or bringing the total to 8.2% without offsets. Just a note on the utility rate increases. So this reflects the increases that are in the various utility rate reports that are also under consideration. So you can see some of the rate impacts and the drivers. So in water, 4% increase, and that's driven by Metro Vancouver rate increases to fund infrastructure renewals, renewal and as well as capital projects for water infrastructure in the city within the capital plan. The sewer utility, 14% increase. And again, this is driven by an increase to the Metro Vancouver levy, which includes costs for the planned upgrades to Iona, secondary treatment, as well as sewer capital projects within the city's budget. And so these are areas where the increases from Metro Vancouver are significant. The city does use reserves to stabilize rates over time, and we're doing that, but the long-term outlook, again, contains significant increases in Metro Vancouver rates related to this regional infrastructure renewal and growth that is needed. Moving on to the solid waste collection fees, so 3.4%, which is to cover fixed costs, including the cost of green bin organics processing, as well as salary increases under collective agreements and additional staffing related to regulatory compliance and safety requirements. And then lastly, on the neighborhood energy utility in False Creek, a 3.2% increase, which is consistent with cost recovery over time based on a rate model for the utility endorsed by the the expert panel. And so the result of these is a 7.7% blended utility fee increase, which again, for a single family home would be $151 per year for the median home. I note as well, there is a report on other engineering fees, and in general, the increases for a number of the fees are 6% based on cost recovery. There are some areas where fee increases are proposed above that, such as, and I'll highlight the connection fee increases at 20%, where the costs are driven by construction cost inflation, which has been higher, and so that is to achieve cost recovery, and some other specific fees specifically focused on transportation, as noted in the report, that again, there are some that have varying rates above 6%. Another item to note is just looking at the budget and the different service areas in the budget, they will have different funding sources. So as council is considering the funding levels in each service area, this chart shows the areas that are funded by property tax in the green, as well as areas that receive funding from user fees or utility fees, as shown on the slide. And so what we see is that in terms of the green, the property tax funded area, 50% of that relates to public safety, police and fire. And so the increases in those areas will be a significant driver of the property tax increase just based on their size. And then you can see other groups where there is some levels of property tax funding deployed. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, Colin. I think that gives you sort of a summary of the very large book and all the detail in building the capital and operating budget. I wanted to just step back a little bit in this next section and refer to some of our discussion at the budget outlook and some of the challenges that we have within our financial framework and the pressure on fees and property taxes going forward, and just share some of the work that we have been doing in that area. And certainly, I think that's also been framed by the Mayor's Budget Task Force and we'll be looking to work with their recommendations in the future years. But our approach has been to put together a sustainable financial planning framework. So how do we make our finances more sustainable for the longer term? And there's 3 key streams of work underway here. Revenue generation, so looking for opportunities for increased revenue, non-tax revenue. Looking at how we actually do our work internally, service improvements and building capacity so we can continue to grow our service levels without having to increase fees and taxes. And then thirdly, looking at the structure for our funding, senior government funding and partnerships, and recognizing that we are not set up to be sustainable on our own with our limited funding sources, and really working on addressing that area as well. So there are benefits to some of these. There's activity here which has impacted the 2024 budget, of course, but certainly these will be more multi-year initiatives as well. So just on each of those areas, just highlight a few things. Regarding new revenue generation opportunities, very specific to 2024, a number of items have helped to reduce the tax pressure for this budget, including commercial vehicle deco program, sponsorship advertising, naming rights and donations, about $500,000 there, parking initiatives, $5.5 million, and ride hailing, $2.9 million. And those have been built into the draft budget. I also want to recognize the work that was done with our teams to look at full cost recovery for our service costs, and council has approved those revenue increases, primarily business license fees, $5.6 million, building and development programs, $3.8 million, and park board fees, $1.4 million. So working to continue to fully recover our costs. Going forward on the longer term, there are a number of other potential non-tax revenues that we will be working to solidify over the next years. Public realm marketing and private events, further revenues through sponsorship advertising, naming rights and donations. That's definitely a multi-year initiative. Park boards think big strategy. and the opportunity to lease city-owned fiber optic cable capacity and our underground ducts. So we'll be coming back to council either through our annual budget or with specific reports to summarize those a little bit more. Now, under the service levels and building capacity. We've got a few examples here, and I know council has asked us sort of some of the things that we're doing in this area. And while we haven't added to this staffing within this budget, other than the targeted areas, a lot of work has been done by staff to improve our capacity to take on more work and reprioritize work. So here's a few examples. This is business optimization. In VPL, they redistributed the hours of work within the existing staff and budgeted and were able to optimize public service. And that resulted in full day opening at all branches on Sunday, better meeting the needs of children and families, and 39 new part-time positions with benefits. And again, within the existing staffing and budget. Through vehicle route optimization for our city trucks, we were able to reduce drive time by 15% as well as improve our service levels. And there was an 80% reduction in overflow litter can service requests, and that was by providing higher capacity receptacles in the downtown area. So we're picking up once a day instead of 3 to 4 times a day. And 35% estimated decrease in the transactional workload through transforming our HR staff action process. So this is just a select examples, but just so you know, these activities are happening throughout the organization. Streamlining and decreasing cycle time. And again, this may not, in some cases, this results in reduced cost and increased capacity of the city, but it also benefits our customers. So an example would be a 50% decrease in our staff time, processing time, and a 75% decrease in customer processing time by enabling applications for the Vehicle Decal program to be online. 580 staff hours are saved annually by eliminating the duplicate data entry for our business license by implementing digital license applications. The new permit requirement exploration tool, I should say tool, streamlines our laneway home permit application. So that will speed the permit issuance process and will take less staff effort, allowing us to take on more volume. Streamlining the VPL's credit card compliance process allowed us to redistribute those resources to other cybersecurity and technology issues without having to add resources. In VPD, deploying the community safety personnel relieves the VPD officers from the lower priority calls 32 times per day on average, and that in turn allows VPD officers to attend 21 more calls per day. So again, reducing the need for additional resources, being able to manage more within the resources we have. And through our new accounts payable workflow program, more than 50% of our invoices are now processed automatically. Now, some of the work we've done also directly translates into financial capacity, and this has been built into the 2024 budget. $2 million saved per year by reduction of our leased office space, $700,000 of savings through a review of our cellular provider, and again, also service improvements through that exercise. Workplace injury rates have reduced by 36% from Q3 2022 to 2023. That will, in the future, result in lower WorkSafe BC premium rates. $100,000 of additional revenue is forecast in 2024 by expanding our experiential market and private events pilot, and that's one that we'll see more opportunity in future years. And optimizing our cloud-based productivity and collaboration platform reduces our costs by $100,000 per year. And then the fourth category we wanted to highlight is really just simplifying processes and taking work out of the system. And we've got some good examples here, particularly around land use and licensing regulations, the repeal of 72 land use documents by implementing our Vancouver Plan land use rationalization, consolidating 8 district schedules into one, simplifying zoning regulations, streamlining our license bylaw and business types from 570 to 88, and simplifying the application process for arts and culture event license program by combining 5 separate reviews across the city into one business license, actually at a reduced fee. And then we've also eliminated 34% of the conditions that could be applied to a development permit, so that will significantly simplify the permit review process. We eliminated 1 to 2 weeks from our recruitment cycle, by simplifying the appointment process in our system. And 200 to 300 claim payments per week are now automated through the WorkSafe BC claims process, and that shortens our administration process. So again, this are examples of areas where staff are continuing to look for ways that we can change how we do things, both to support or improve our services and also to build our capacity to take on more as the city continues to grow without that pressure on resources. And these are done through our lean CPI program. It's done through transformation, and many of them are done through the day-to-day work of our teams and looking for other ways to do business. Now, the third pillar, if you recall, of our approach is senior government funding and partnerships. One piece of that is what we call municipal finance reform, and this speaks to sort of the structural challenge that municipalities have. And just four sort of areas just to highlight. One is that we know our current municipal funding model and that reliance on property tax is not sustainable nor resilient, and our growth-related revenues are insufficient. And that's been supported by both FCM on the federal level and UBCM on the provincial level. As you know, we've become increasingly active as a city, addressing needs that were previously the jurisdiction mandate of the provincial government. So doing that without necessarily the compensating revenue sources. And the way our funding from senior levels of government works is it's often one-time and irregular, which makes it very difficult for us to plan. And so we would be looking for a more resilient funding framework that aligns the revenue sources with the programs and fees that we can count on and build our plans around. And then also advocacy with the federal and provincial governments for additional funding tools where that makes sense, and more permanent, ongoing, predictable funding. So those are the four areas of finance reform we continue to work on, again, with our regional and provincial and federal peer municipalities. And this that slide in this category, it just speaks to the capital funding that we have secured in 2022 and 23. And you can see that we've been quite successful primarily in the affordable housing area with the rapid housing initiatives, funding from the BC Growing Community Fund at $49 million. We had funding from the Federal Natural Infrastructure Fund to implement our Rain City strategy. We've had a number of funding programs to advance Climate Emergency Action Plan and climate adaptation, and funding from the Federal Active Transportation Fund for Arbutus Greenway and Seaside Greenway project. And this is just an example of some of our secured projects that we have. And just to remind Council, in preparing the budget, there are always a number of ongoing risks that will create pressure on our budget, and we continue to monitor these and track them for their impact on the 2024 budget and above. But just to highlight some of the areas, which is our labor market trends and the higher collective agreements than historical, unforeseen events such as public emergencies, of course, ongoing response to increases in homelessness, certainly weather events, those costs related to climate change and those unusual weather events. We also a risk of revenue shortfalls in the revenue that's been built into the budget, and similar to what we found in 2023, we have had shortfalls in areas such as street parking and parks facilities, so that's a risk to our budget. And then non-discretionary risks where action has to be taken really non-discretionary, such as the action taken within the Stanley Park and the tree removals related to the looper moth. So we'll continue to monitor and review those with Council. So I just have a couple of closing slides, and a little bit around our benchmarking. In the budget document, there's a significant section around benchmarking and comparing how Vancouver compares to other municipalities. We've just included a couple in this slide show. This one is looking at our combined property tax and utility fees and the other taxing authorities. So this would look at what a tax bill would look like to a median single-family home, and you can see that Vancouver is above average for the region. This is across the Metro Vancouver region and the third highest. And this is a slide. What it's portraying is that in the residential area, the tax changes over time for a single detached home versus a strata property will be different. And that's because you can see historically the assessed value of single-family homes has increased more quickly than strata, and so the property tax increase that a single-family home property owner would see would be at a higher rate than at a strata. And in some years, I could see that the strata taxes actually came down slightly year on year. So just recognizing that we have only one tax rate for residential, but the experience of our residents may be different. And then just looking at our utility fees, which Colin talked about in the operating budget, that we are slightly higher above average in Metro Vancouver, similar to property taxes. So that concludes the presentation. And again, the draft budget is maintaining our existing services. The only increases are the ones that council had previously approved. We will continue to work on the sustainable financial planning framework and incorporate the recommendations from the Mayor's Task Force. And then, of course, council will consider the budget on December the 12th, and that would include the request from the Vancouver Police Board at that time. So we're now available for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. And I know a lot of work went into this, so to the whole team, thank you. Any questions? None? No? Councillor Fry, you're first.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I might as well move for a second round of questions now because I'm
Do
sure
you
that's
think we'll
gonna...
need that? No? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Great, second round.
Okay, scanning way back to, this was actually to Brad's presentation. It was my first on my list. And this was, I'm curious on the climate budget. How are we considering, and I appreciate this is the first time and it's awesome to see. How are we incorporating, or could we in the future incorporate natural asset accounting? And specifically looking at so existing assets like trees and green infrastructure, as opposed to sort of planting future ones, but there's a growing movement to recognize that they have a value. So by accounting for them now, we can recognize them when they're gone as a deficit on the books kind of thing. Is that something that's in the realm of consideration for this? And am I making sense?
You are making sense. It's a great question. So a natural asset inventory is something that we are interested in. I believe it's actually being developed at the moment through Parks and Engineering. It does overlap with the climate budget, but it's a little bit different. It's more of an asset management tool to make sure that our natural assets are being valued, protected, and renewed as we would with other infrastructure. So there's definitely an overlap, and we might think about how we could bring it back as a more sort of combined picture for council in the future.
And I can maybe add a little bit on that too. There's a lot that's changing in the reporting environment. And if you recall, there was the Task Force on Climate related disclosure, and the city has been reporting our TCFD for a number of years. And there is new work that's coming out, new guidance around the Task Force on Nature, natural asset disclosure. So we'll see more from a reporting side on nature. That's starting that linkage between climate and nature is starting to be much more visible.
So, but at current then, we don't really have a mechanism to say track the loss of tree canopy.
We don't right now.
Or even what's contemplated for Stanley Park and the significant reduction of trees through necessity with the looper moth.
Yeah, so the tree canopy piece, Tina, I don't know if, or Steve wants to speak to that one. We do have a model that looks at tree canopy that's updated quite frequently. Steve, do you want to jump in on this? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Steve Jackson, General Manager, Board of Parks and Recreation. I don't have a tree canopy figure. We do know 160,000 trees are going to come down in Stanley Park as a result of the looper moth, and about 140,000 of those are fairly mature trees. We're going to make best efforts to replant those. That will take time, but of course, losing a mature tree and planting a more young tree will take time before that canopy comes back.
Sure. And just since you're standing there and you're talking about looper, is there any consideration or risk to the rest of the tree canopy citywide? I don't know much about looper moths.
Yeah, the looper moth itself has not been raised as a concern citywide. I'm not sure how many hemlocks we actually have planted on streets and within our parks. We do have other concerns with our street trees, again, with droughts and such. So making sure we water those and maintain our trees will protect that canopy.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate that. Is this time for me to ask questions about things like VPD budget, or are we waiting for,
The budget?
this is everything in the budget?
Everything.
Okay.
Utility reports, if you have questions on the utility reports as well.
Okay. Well, I am curious about the additional $6.1 million for the VPD budget, and specifically, if we can anticipate that that might change further pending ratification on December 7th of the negotiations with the VPU. Is that something germane to this conversation?
We have incorporated an estimate for that, so that shouldn't change the number.
So that won't change the
Yeah,
number?
it's part
Okay.
of our contingency planning.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'll come back on. I'm almost out of time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks very much for the presentations. I think I'll go in order as well. So my first questions are for Brad, related to the climate presentation. He just stepped out. Oh, it's okay, Brad, don't run back. I can go to budget. Okay.
My phone.
Thanks very much. I just wondered if you could share any additional information related to, I believe it was partner funding. You had identified when it came to climate priority capital initiatives, partner funding is 16%. How has that number changed over time?
I don't have that information, so we will have to get back to you with a proper numerical response to that. A lot of that is coming through TransLink funding. That's definitely focused on TransLink transit improvements and active transportation. My sense is it has increased. Lon, do you want to jump in?
Yes, with the TransLink funding, it's both for walking, cycling, and transit, but transit itself, the speed and reliability for the bus services actually has a payback for TransLink. So they are finding capital investments into the municipalities that ultimately result in savings or travel time improvement or increased service levels.
Okay, that's great. It'd be helpful to get a clearer breakdown because it does include federal, provincial, metro, and TransLink. So understanding more about what that 16% is and how it's changed over time helps us in our discussions, particularly with the federal and provincial government when it comes to.
I can get that back for you. General Manager of Engineering Services, by the way, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Lon. I just have a question. Some of these questions are in the weeds, forgive me, but there was a note, or Brad, you noted one of the initiatives in the SEEP was a medium and heavy truck, duty truck retrofit pilot for $500,000 is sort of like a feature, is how I understood how you categorized it. I just wonder how many trucks, and maybe this is information we can get later, but I'm curious how many trucks this would apply to. Is it one? Is it 30?
Yeah, I actually do have a number for that one. So it would do about 15 to 20 trucks. Of the $500,000, I think 100,000 is for a feasibility study up front, and then 15 to 20 trucks would be retrofitted, and there'd be some sort of monitoring and sharing afterwards in terms of the effectiveness of it.
Oh, okay, great. That was my second question, is how much would be the study and how much would be the actual retrofit? So you answered that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And then do we have a list of community centers that would be next up, libraries? So this one's Carousdale Library. I think that's a good investment around the heat pump and cooling, given the demand on our community amenities when it comes to heat domes and other climate initiatives. So more information on that coming could be great, but it would just be good to understand forecasting in terms of capital investment and our libraries and community centers. I'll keep going because we only, obviously we have very limited time, but maybe I'll just ask for that to come back.
Sorry, I'm
Sure.
Thank you for the question. Armin Amrolia, Deputy City Manager. We've got two projects that we've actually working on the libraries. Renfrew and Kitsilano are next on the docket. So that's what we're going to be investing in over the next number of months.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. Moving to budget, I have a question around donations. There was a note around the new capital budget, or the 368 million in the capital budget, in the proportion of donations. I'm curious again how this number has changed year over year.
We get back to you on those numbers. Yeah, we don't have them handy.
That'd be great. Similarly, with the capital budget, there was 76 million, or 21% of the overall capital budget revenues from DCLs and CACs. My question is, would it be the staff's opinion that this is growth paying for growth? Is this adequate in terms of growth paying for growth when it comes to our capital investments?
So in the current capital budget, that is growth paying for growth. I think where our challenges are is as we go forward, so this would be funding that's coming in for already approved projects, is going forward as we do more missing middle type housing like rental, where we're challenged with enough development contributions to be able to continue to provide the amenities. So that's the structural change that we talk about, but this funding is funding that's been secured for
that's by
specific
time,
amenities.
But it's the same year-over-year change would be really great to see. If a year-over-year
Sorry, we're at
change.
time. We have a second round.
I understand. Just to follow up is just looking
Year-over-year
for year-over-year
change.
change.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
thank you.
Counselor, thank you very much. Sorry, I have to be the time adjudicator today. Counselor Meisner.
Thanks, Mayor. My questions, first set of questions around the climate budget, Brad. So apologies, you can't escape for bathroom break just yet. But on page 19, I noted that the motion called for specifics on the positive impacts on health and air quality as a result of the climate initiatives. Do we have those impacts for council?
So we don't have those impacts locally. The fire truck was a great example yesterday of both impacts, air quality and the sound, but we don't have that locally. So we are looking at improving the air quality monitoring network across the city with Metro Vancouver. Right now, it's quite a crude network. We're looking at becoming much more specific, but the short answer is we don't have a lot of modeling in that space yet.
Okay, so despite the council motion directing that specific information, we don't have it.
We don't. I mean, so there's a couple pieces. One was to estimate the local impacts. That would be a significant piece of work to undertake. We can certainly do it.
Do you have a timeline on when that we may have that information? Because I think for residents, they really want to see the impacts of this, quite significant portion of the budget, and what is it actually impacting locally in terms of air quality, climate, et cetera.
Yeah, we could certainly turn that around. So on the climate carbon pollution side, we have detailed modeling, but on the air quality side, we could look at how to improve upon that piece.
Okay, great. And then on page 7, I noted it said $215 million in savings in carbon tax for residents by 2030 if the SEEP targets are met. But am I correct in understanding that we're not on track to meet those targets?
Correct. So we're on track for, I think, a low 40%, and the target is 50.
Okay, so close.
Correct.
Okay, and more specifics on that, because that is a bit vague.
In terms of the target or the
savings,
carbon tax, the
yeah.
savings. So that savings is based on us hitting the SEEP target. It's also based on the federal carbon tax and the provincial continuing to step up as they've planned to do so over time out through to 2030.
Okay, and are we incorporating any outlook in terms of the federal government potentially changing its policy on carbon tax as we've seen already?
No, so that's based on 2020, so we have not updated.
Okay. And then you mentioned something that sounded really exciting to me, and I hope I heard it correctly, significant funding from federal government around EV charging. How much was that?
So 1.6 million from the federal government.
Heard billion. Okay, million.
No, not
Seemed
that
like
exciting.
a lot. It's like everybody's going to get
exciting.
an EV charger. Okay, but that's exciting. Can you tell me more?
Yeah, it's for several public EV charging stations in the city. I would have to get back to you on the locations, but there are specific locations that have been identified. I would say that is an example of a kind of a long line of federal grants we've gotten for EV charging in particular. It's an area that we've had a lot of leverage success in the past.
Okay. Do you know how many approximately?
I thought it was 5 to 6.
Okay. Wow, they're expensive, eh?
They're fast charging hubs, so they are expensive, and they often service more than one vehicle, so it's not a single charge.
Okay, and then one more question was on page 12, 4.4 million for zero emissions building, low carbon building materials. Is that city buildings we're talking about there?
It's actually more focused on retrofits. Low carbon building materials is part of it, but the bulk of that would be supporting retrofits. Some of that for city buildings, but also for community facing. So through incentive programs, through industry capacity building, that's helped to generate retrofits across the city
Okay.
and ultimately pave the way for regulations.
What is community facing? What do you mean by that?
Buildings in the city.
Okay.
So an example would be last year, council approved a regulation that applies to the largest commercial buildings in the city and sets an emissions limit for those buildings.
Okay.
That's the sort of work that it's supporting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Also, thanks staff for putting together all this budget. I'm going to start some simple question for the operating and capital budget. Well, hopefully it's simple. So, what is our inflation rate for the city and for the province?
Colin will take that one.
So the inflation rate for the Metro Vancouver region, as provided by the Conference Board of Canada in the most recent update. So for 2022, inflation was at 6.8%. So it was very high, but it's come down. And so 2023, the forecast is for 4%. And then in future years, it is expected to decrease towards 2% in the out years. And so that's the regional context. Of course, the city's cost base is not necessarily driven by the same factors as general inflation. The city's cost base is largely salary costs and as well as costs related to construction and areas that have had higher inflation. So I think, again, the best sort of indicator is in the summary on the operating budget, estimated that in the breakdown of what is driving the budget, we were seeing a 5% increase just to maintain existing services. And so that's averaging across cost areas in the operating budget, excluding specific utility areas. I would note that there are certain fee areas where if the service is primarily staffing related costs, then the inflationary increase would be closer to 6%, which is reflected in the fee increases that we see.
Okay, 6%. Thank you. So yeah, I remember I did the regression model last year. So I think the property tax has a very strong correlation with the inflation rate. So this year, 7.6%, slightly higher than 6%. I think it's pretty normal compared to the correlation between, yeah. Okay, so the other question, can you talk more about the stability reserve? What happened after this budget?
Yeah, so the general revenue stabilization reserve, and again, that's the reserve that is used to both manage fluctuations in the operating budget revenue that happen unexpectedly, as well as respond to unforeseen events or emergencies. And so, as we have seen over the past number of years, during COVID, that reserve was critical. That helped the city maintain operations when revenues decreased drastically due to COVID. And then in that time, we drew the reserve down significantly in terms of our forecasted uncommitted balance. At the end of the forecast for the end of 2024 would be 5% of the reserve, which is around it's in the around $86 million. And the target for the reserve is, based on best practice, would be $250 million. So we still need to build it up to get to that level. And again, that is important so that the city has that financial flexibility to respond to big unforeseen events that we know can happen in the city, and recognizing that we can't rely on senior governments, as we saw during COVID, to fund our drop in costs.
Okay, thanks, Colin. So if I understand correctly, by the end of 2024, we're gonna refill the reserve by 1%.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So the other questions about, I'm looking at slide 32. So I'm really excited to see the 15% reduction using the vehicle routing optimization. So I wonder, can engineering talk more about that? Yeah, I've been pushing a lot for this optimization.
Yes, so that's actually an anticipated reduction. Based on what we do roll out in 2023, it may be quite a bit more, it might not be so much. It really depends on the services. But there's a lot of trucks that are out there that have the potential to benefit from route optimization software and, you know, the new technology that's out there.
So how much money we can save by 15% reduction?
Well, again, this is forecast for 2023. At this point, we don't have we haven't deployed it yet. And we'll start with, with residential waste collection, but also it could be, deploying pothole filling or we're sending around trucks for multiple reasons at multiple times a day. Initially, we just expect that we will have a service level improvement as a result of the savings, but ultimately it could result in actual dollar value savings.
Okay, so when we're gonna know the concrete number, how much money we can save for this project?
Once we have kind of a deployed operation in 2023, we can report back to council on how that's going.
Okay, and are you also willing to collaborate with some academia to do some collaboration?
Sorry, Councillor Joe, you're at time.
Okay, I'll come back. Thanks.
Councillor Boyle?
Thanks so much for all of this and the hundreds of pages that we got to read over our weekends recently. I'm curious, my first question is also about the climate budget. The climate budget outlines unfunded priority work on bus priority lanes with TransLink funding available. And I'm wondering if we were to make that additional 0.4 million investment, would that mean accessing matching funds from TransLink?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Boyle. So that is an operating budget request. It's meant to support staff that would kind of maximize funding that's on the table from TransLink. So we have funding from TransLink available for transit improvements. The more staff that we have to kind of deploy that, the more that we can access that funding and kind of make the most of it, I would say.
Okay, so in not funding that work, we're leaving TransLink funding on the table?
That is the potential. I don't know if Lon wants to. Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. And do we have a sense, is it about 1-to-1? If we were to invest that 400,000 more, is it about the same amount in TransLink funding we'd be able to access?
Yeah, again, so this is for the staff that would support the work. The actual projects themselves, TransLink in some cases would fund up to 100% of the project if it results in significant transit priority. So in terms of the actual projects, a 50-50 cost share is what we would normally see from TransLink, but that would be on MRN or active transportation projects. They have a particular interest in transit operating savings because those are real. Those are real savings for TransLink.
So if we were to add that additional investment, we could see an even larger amount in funds that we're able to then make use of from TransLink?
That's correct. And again, from TransLink, they're looking at capital to reduce operating costs or increase service levels, or improve service levels or reliability. Yeah.
Would that be a one-time investment on our end, that 0.4 million?
Yeah, it's put forward as a one-time at this point. Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. And what do we have a sense of what routes it would mean improvements on?
Yes, we have a number of routes. 41st Avenue, even though the R4 is operating there, in our report, we kind of identify the intersection of Arbutus Greenway and 41st as a real opportunity to improve service through there. We have a number of priority corridors, such as Hastings, Kingsway, Granville, in terms of what we're doing downtown. So there's a number of locations. Again, they're interested in the routes that have a lot of service on them right now, where transit, a small amount of transit savings actually affects a huge number of buses.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I'm also curious to hear, and these are probably ACCS questions. Is there funding in this 2024 budget for the council directed work related to cultural food assets and protecting and strengthening intangible cultural heritage?
Thank you for the question. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services, Deputy City Manager. We do have funding in this budget for the staff to do the work, but the consultancies and the research and engagement is, there's no funding for that component of the work.
Does that mean staff would still do the work, but without that additional engagement? Or if we don't have that additional funding, are staff stalled out in being able to move forward?
We would need to regroup internally and figure out how to address those gaps in the work.
Okay, and would that happen if council doesn't add additional funding to support that work? What's likely, would staff be regrouping to figure it out, or would staff be doing other work instead and stalling that work until a future date?
We would most likely back burner it until we could do the work properly with the appropriate research and engagement.
Okay, and totally fair if you don't have this number off the top of your head, but what's a ballpark of what funding would be required so that that work actually happens? It's been backburnered a couple of years now.
For an effort scoped out as it was scoped out by council, we would typically estimate at around somewhere between 80 to 120,000.
And we're at time, but we do have a second round of questions. So
Thanks.
thank you. Councillor Carr?
Thank you. I also will start with the climate budget. Very exciting to see the climate budget. I'm super happy about that. Biggest source of emissions is buildings. So I'm wondering if there's any plans other than what I saw as a line item around retrofitting neighborhood houses. Are there any other public-facing city buildings that we're retrofitting, both to reduce GHGs and to be safe places as retreat?
Yeah, I'm sure there are. I'll pass to Armin.
Thank you for the question, Deputy City Manager Armin Amrolia. We've got 6 public-facing facilities that we're working on feasibilities for right now. These are studies that we're working on that are being completed. And we've got a detailed list of 31 projects that are in energy and GHG reduction projects that we're working on. They're underway right now, and they're in the planning and design stages, and we can get you those details.
That is great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's a detailed answer. That's great. Council passed a motion regarding the city pursuing the production of renewable energy. I'm wondering if there's anything in this budget around the planning for that.
We can certainly provide you an update on that, Councillor Carr. I'll look to Matt Horner, our Manager of Climate Mitigation, to update.
Thank you for the question. A few quick updates on that. So we're working on a memo back to council. We'll have early next year to you sort of a more comprehensive report back. A couple highlights to example in terms of where we've seen some progress. We've been working quite closely with BC Hydro on what we're calling a grid capacity study that's really intended to understand where there are constraints in the electricity distribution system and where things like distributed renewable energy, better demand management can help meet those constraints. Another point of sort of progress would be council's approval of the multiplex options and the move away from sort of complicated, variated design guidelines across the city, is sort of making solar easier across the city by having a common set of rules.
That sounds good. Great. I look forward to that for the report too. How much are we investing in keeping street trees alive? I think we've all seen, public has complained a lot about dying street trees. So what is the budget for doing that? And also, as a corollary, can we invest in sort of the getting the public involved in helping them stay alive, such as we're doing around cleaning catch basins?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So we have a operating budget of about 7 million for our urban forestry crew, and that money goes towards watering trees as well as pruning and maintaining to make sure they're healthy. We've had some preliminary discussions with engineering around their catch basin program and seeing if there's a way to do an adopt a tree type program as well. Again, sort of early thinking on that. I think we need to explore that further before we'd be prepared to come to our board and or council to seek some approval to do that initiative, but I think there is opportunity there.
That's great. I spent years with the Wilderness Committee adopting trees throughout the province in endangered areas, so people love it. Are we investing in educating the public on climate measures?
Councillor Carr, we receive funding through the province, through the local government climate action program funds every year, and a portion of that goes to our communications and engagement work, largely led through sustainability. So it is part of our work. We're really focused on trying to improve climate literacy so that people understand where local emissions come from. In our surveying of the public, that seems to be where there's a lot of support for climate action, 80, 90% locally, but in terms of understanding of the emission sources, quite low. So it's something that we have been working on and will continue to in 2024.
Happy to see that and increase that. That's great. Switching tacks, I'm going to ask for Chief Fry to answer a question about Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. I noticed on page C90 of this report, it stated I'm talking about this report. There's a previous commitment to mental health in the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, and it stated that the 2020 initiative was deferred because of constraints caused by COVID. Are we beyond that? Do we have dollars in this budget that can actually get that mental health program going?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor Karen Fry, Fire Chief and General Manager. The positions were approved in previous budgets, but they were unfunded, and it is included in this year's 2024 budget.
That is good news. Thanks, Chief Fry. I think I'm at time. Thank you.
Got 15 seconds.
Oh, well.
All right. Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for the updates. I have a number of questions I'll fire through. The first one's on the climate budget, and it causes me to think about our infrastructure budget that we quantified in response to some council direction last term, and I remember pushing for that. And I'm wondering, since you mentioned, it really stood out for me, that we had $28.6 billion of buildings and land that were at risk, but we've also quantified, and this question may actually be more for Patrice, that we have a $500 million infrastructure budget. So have we considered declaring an infrastructure emergency, given that that gap is so huge and we have 1 million more residents coming into the region by 2050? Since we have a climate emergency, do we not have an infrastructure emergency?
I think very consistent with other cities in Canada, infrastructure funding is a gap. There are plans in place to work with the federal government and the provincial government to adjust our financial structure. So I would leave it to you to determine how you would categorize that, but we do have a plan to increase our funding through property tax and utility fees, 1% property tax and 5% utility fees that all the councils previously have supported, and that's reflected in the tax and utility rates. So we do have sort of a plan to close that gap.
That's a great segue to my next question. So with the 1% of property taxes being designated towards the infrastructure renewal, or, as it changes over time, about $9 million a year, $500 million gap, obviously the city's trying to renew. How would you characterize, if you're looking at it as a kind of a health indicator, how behind are we still going to be with just the 1% and city's ability to fund through capital?
Part of our biggest challenge is that we continue to grow our infrastructure. And so that puts extra pressure as well on funding the renewal of infrastructure. So we have it from both sides. So it's one of the most significant challenges that the city has, and the Mayor's Budget Task Force has flagged that as well. So,
okay.
Yes.
Thanks. I want to sort of stay on the capital piece a bit and move on to park investment specifically, which I think in the new capital funding identified on that slide showed around 10%, give or take. Obviously not the total. Wonder if one thing that's been a concern or issue in the past is how much money we spend on planning versus actual delivery. And so I think of the example of the Marpole Community Center. I've been at this for 9 years now, including my term on Park Board. It'll be 11 or 12 by the time it's built. There's tons of examples there. What are we doing in terms of shifting the balance and trying to get better at not becoming just kind of the board of plans and the board of actual delivery of projects? And I see Mr. Jackson popping up.
Yeah.
So I'd love to have some comments around this. Should we be scaling back, for example, some of the large planning on things that come out, like the waterfront plan, which is a bit like Britannia, where we have great plans, but not the ability to fund at several $100 million, and actually just trying to zero in on getting some of these things delivered?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say in the past, we have spent a lot of time on planning studies, and it's important work to make sure that we're planning for the future and have something to follow when money does come to the table so that we can start to deliver. We do have a huge focus on this capital plan on delivery. With respect to large projects like the West End Waterfront Master Plan, again, that's a joint project with planning and engineering, and it is very aspirational and it is visionary. That said, we're looking to deliver that in a phased approach, knowing it's going to take a number of years, but there is a concerted effort right now to make sure that we are delivering, hearing that that's a priority from both our board as well as council and from the public.
Okay, so are we going to sort of set up metrics in terms of the percent that's expended or what we get delivered? Like, you used to hear well, we could renew a major asset every capital cycle, like a community center. Now it seems to be every 2 or 3. So how are we looking to measure that outcome?
I would say we need to establish those measures. We don't have them right now, but there is at least the identification that we need to make a shift to delivery over planning.
Okay, That's great. I'm going to move on to fire. And when we made amendments to the budget last time to ensure, and I recall making this, that not only were those new firefighters that were asked for to fulfill the dark horse report in, but that we would initiate the next review with sort of the next iteration of whatever the dark horse is to ensure that we continue to staff appropriately for the demands and the size of our city. So what's the status on that, Chief Fry?
Yeah, thank you for that. We have started initial talks with our consultants and have a statement of work prepared by them, and we're just in the process of reviewing it, but we do expect to be continuing to move ahead with that in the near term.
Okay. And is that something that might conclude in the next year? Might
Correct. We expect it to probably be finished in 2024 sometime.
Okay. That's super helpful. Thank you.
And
Moving
you're
on.
at time, Councillor.
Okay, I'll come back. Thanks.
Thanks. All right, I apologize. I'm going to speak really fast. A couple of things. First of all, slide 9 of the climate budget. We don't have to talk about it now, but can someone explain it to me after? Because there's no scale on there, so I didn't know what I was looking at. Have the benefit of by the way, I totally agree with Councillor Carr. I'm super excited about the climate budget as well. So I think this is great. Had an opportunity to see the electric fire truck. It's a no-brainer, even without the environment. Don't get me wrong, the ergonomics, it protects our members. It's great. And it's only going to use 20 gallons of gas a year. Awesome. So with that, I do actually want to ask 3 or 4 questions. And stepping back, sort of, I know a lot of work has been done, but I want to step back and do some sanity checks here. $215 million over 3 years for the climate budget. And I know we're going to compare some apples and oranges, but this is a sanity check here. When I do my rough calculations, we can buy carbon offsets that would literally take $1.2 million or 1.2 million cars off the road. How much carbon are we eliminating? As an environmentalist, I'm very concerned. Like if it's 1.8, we should be doing tons of this. If it's 600 grand, should we be looking at, well, buying these carbon offsets and then putting the rest, investing the other money into Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, electric trucks, safety on the streets, warming centers? Like, are we tracking these metrics?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sim. It's a great question, and it gets at kind of the effectiveness of our investment and prioritizing our investments. So in terms of the bang for buck, I'll respond, and I'm going to look to Matt Horn to also jump in on this, but we do prioritize those measures that have the biggest impact. So buildings are nearly 60% of our emissions as a city. So that's where we focused our investments, EVs, another space where we get big bang for buck. In terms of the math of how does it compare to just buying offsets, I think is the question that you're raising here. I'll look to Matt to speak to that one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. To try to provide a bit of context, like when we look at the actions we're pursuing in City of Vancouver, so things like heat pumps, electric vehicles, active transportation, those are all very consistent with the types of actions the International Energy Agency would point to as needing to happen on a global scale. So it's not necessarily we can't just turn and sort of choose offsets as an alternative. We have to find ways of realizing those solutions at a local level. When we look at the cost of what we're trying to achieve, there are costs involved, absolutely. They're pretty comparable with sort of what we would look at sort of literature in terms of Canadian climate policy or internationally.
Sorry, I'm going to have to, I'm limited on time here, so I appreciate that. And that's why I brought up the fire truck example. It's a no-brainer, even if it didn't do anything for the environment, and thank God it does. It's great for our members. It reduces cancer, back injuries, and what have you. I guess my question is, are we even looking at how much carbon we're reducing based on the money we spend? Because as a mayor and council, we're flying blind. We don't know if it's $3, a ton, or if it's $800 a ton. So it's really hard for us to objectively adjudicate this decision.
Right. So we do look at that at a citywide level in the modeling we've done. I think the ranges of sort of actions we're taking can be negative dollars per ton in some cases. At the upper end, we do have a corporate carbon pricing policy that tries to sort of guide the actions we're taking. We try to keep them under.
We don't actually have a number is what you're saying.
So we try to keep them under $300 a ton in terms of the actions we're taking.
So my question, like, maybe I'm missing something here. We can buy carbon offsets for about $9 a ton. Is that correct?
Those would be relatively low quality offsets, but you can buy offsets that low.
Okay, so even if it's $40, we're spending $300 a ton, and we can buy carbon offsets for 40, 50?
But I think that comparison is fair, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, thank you. I got two other questions really quickly. So the capital increase, do I have my math right? So literally, we talk about 1%, but that's like 3.5 cents per day per average strata condo owner. Does that sound about right?
Do the math. I'm
And
sure
I'm
your
gonna ask
math is
second
pretty good.
question
The
too, while
concept
you guys
is,
are
I
calculating
get,
that.
yeah.
So when we talked about the 2.8% increase for VPD, was that including the nurses as well?
Sorry, I missed that.
2.8%. Sorry, I'm at time. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks. Sorry. Councillor Montague?
Thanks, Mayor. On the climate budget, slide 15, you talked a little bit about external funding from government partners, but part of the addressing the funding gap mentions new revenue. We didn't hear anything about new revenue. What do you see as new revenue?
That's a good question. So when CEEP went forward to council in 2020, the main source of new revenue was citywide parking. It was on the order of, if I recall correctly, $15 to $20 million. We don't have a silver bullet to fill that new revenue source.
So new revenue is something
There are some smaller pieces that we're going to explore around, as an example, gas furnace versus heat pump permitting. There's some smaller pieces around tree removal permits. They can help, but they're certainly not on the scale of filling a gap like that one is.
Okay, and you mentioned about 15 trucks in the highlighted medium and heavy duty truck retrofit pilot. For $500,000 was about 15 trucks. How many trucks, heavy duty and medium trucks, do we have in the city of Vancouver?
I'm going to look to law. I'm not sure if we have that number at our fingertips, though. Yeah, we'll have to get back to you on that question. I'm not sure.
Do you have a guess? Like, is it 10 times that, 100 times that?
Hundreds.
Hundreds, okay. And so $500,000 for 15 of them, okay. Okay. I noticed in the capital budget for PDS, the 2024 draft capital budget is allocating funds of about $3.5 to $4 million for pilots and programs that appear to be over. 2019 to 22 deep emission building retrofit program, $3.2 million. 2019 to 2022 neighborhood charging strategy pilots. Why are we still funding these old projects?
Yeah, if I understand correctly, and I'll look to Patrice, but these are funds that have been approved previously, but we are still expending them. So they're committed. We are working through them, but they are still in our budget.
The money's there, we just haven't spent it yet?
We've spent a portion of it. We've committed all of it, but we are working through it. Patrice, do you want to add?
Yeah, if you look at the capital budget section, you'll see that a portion of the current year budget is for projects that were approved in the previous capital plan. So not all of those get started in the capital plan and they don't all get finished in the capital plan. So we do have, just again, speaking to our focus on delivery, we did carry forward a lot of projects from the previous capital plan. So we are focusing on delivering those and getting those completed. But we do generally have a carry forward into the first 2 years of the next plan of
Would the source
activities
of
from the
that
previous
funding
plan.
come from? Would it be?
Sorry?
Do we know where the source of that funding is coming from?
The source of funding?
I guess it's about $4 million.
In buildings as property tax, right? That would be property tax funding.
Okay.
Yeah, from previous years.
And then the other thing I noticed was out of the $33.5 million, 88% was salaries and benefits, but 6%, which is the second biggest expenditure, is just other expenses. About half of that is from provincial, looks like from provincial funding, provincial grants, but the other half talks about related to industrial modernization, apartment living. I don't know what that is.
Which part of the budget were you focusing on?
Which
page?
It's not in the 500 page. It's some additional information that I got through through questions I was asking. It's just some inquiries. I'm happy to show it to you afterwards.
Yeah, maybe just send a note and we'll look it up. Yeah, it'd be easier. We can find it then. Thanks.
And I guess I got maybe time for one more question, and it's to Chief Fry. And I'm just wondering, the Vancouver Fire Rescue started a 24-hour shifting pilot during the pandemic, I believe, and I'm just wondering what effect that's had on your. I understand that's continuing. What effect, if any, that's having on your budget?
We're really looking, we have a task force addressing towards it. As we've been talking about, sick time is going up in our department, but we're seeing it in all departments in the fire service, not just Vancouver. So those on the 12s and 14s. It is meant to be a zero cost impact to our budget. We think we're attributing more to the sheer call volumes and complexity of the work that we're doing, that we see that's impacting. And with the real amount of retirements that we're also seeing in our department over the last couple of years as well.
Okay, thanks. I'm at time.
Good. Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, staff, for putting all this information together for us. I have a few questions in a number of different categories. One of the areas flagged in terms of our cost savings was the reducing some of our office real estate. Have we calculated what our direction to staff with regards to back to office will result in potentially new savings or additional costs?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Casson. It's Armin Amarolia, Deputy City Manager. We've been working with staff on the reduction of a number of lease spaces. We've got about 2 million annually that we are aiming for right now. We can get you a list of all of the spaces that we're actually now divesting from.
Probably in a similar category of a question, we're sort of getting signals about the development industry potentially sort of hitting some struggles to try and get financing and perhaps the interest rates. Is the development forecast for 2024 likely to be able to impact city revenue in terms of fees and levies? I don't see it in our ongoing risks category.
I'd like to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a detailed answer that I'd like to get more time on.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right.
Just a few questions in the sort of engineering category. I know that our survey talked about basically the public indicating that they would deprioritize postponing infrastructure improvements. I see that we have a 1% infrastructure renewal goal. Is that include, and it also says road network and street lighting, or are we including, in addition to sort of the pipes under the ground, things like lamp standards that we know that are in pretty tough shape around the city, and other types of signage and that sort of thing?
Yeah, so quickly I can give you some numbers on that. So for example, for sewers in 2018, we were renewing at about 0.3% a year. Our target, a good target, is over 1%. Since then, we've doubled our replacement rate, so now we're at about 0.6%. This plan includes funding that would increase that to 0.8%. And then we would look to get to the 1% in the next capital plan. Better story on the water renewal. We're hoping to approach 1% this coming year. So that's a much more favorable target. On the streets side, those of course are largely funded through utility rates. So it's a different stream. Funded through tax is generally the street renewal, and that is where we're probably still falling behind a bit. We do have the renewal underway for the street lights, which is the conversion to LED, which is across the entire city. But the rest of the road infrastructure is something we have to pay a bit more attention to.
Thanks very much. In an appendices that we received later on, I see that this is about waste and waste collection and tipping fees. We're seeing an actual drop in the forecasted cost of tipping fees for 2024. How does that look sort of over the long range in terms of our cost of waste collection?
Well, with the landfill, as we receive more and more regional waste, the burden on the city is reduced. Jonathan's here, my Director of Solid Waste. Do you want to add any to that?
Sure. Hi, good morning, Mayor and Council. John McDermott, I'm Director of Solid Waste. Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
I just see that we've got a forecasted reduction in tipping fees, and so lower costs associated with that. But I'm just wondering, it only goes to 2024. And I know that we're going to be probably decommissioning some landfill at some point. What's our longer range looking in the terms of costs of waste disposal?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So the reason for that reduction is actually because it's a cost-sharing mechanism with Metro Vancouver. And so what's happening there is we're seeing less commercial waste from Vancouver being brought in, and so it reduces how much revenue we get. It's hard to say what the future looks like. We've seen around the same trend year after year, as sometimes it goes up and sometimes it goes down. I'm not sure if I can speak to what the future looks like. But.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm at time, so I'll come back on the queue.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation this morning. Yeah, a couple of questions. Could you just elaborate a little bit on how you achieved some of the savings that you articulated? I know we had these discussions last term as well, and the challenges giving increased costs and labor. But could you just speak a little bit more on how you were able to find some savings in this particular budget?
Well, in that time frame between the outlook and the draft budget, one of the areas that we did focus on was revenues and looking at non-tax revenues. So that was a bigger driver of the delta between the forecast of where taxes may be when we did the outlook and where we've come in now. And then there are some of the financial savings that I outlined, like reduction in leased spaces. The other items are primarily around capacity building, so allowing us to do more with the existing resources. And so that's where we feel we can continue to maintain our service levels generally without adding resources in this budget. And that's covered a number of different areas. We do have a number of transformation projects taking place in the city, and I know the permitting one would be one that council's very familiar with, but we have them in many departments driving transformation. And then we have our continuous improvement lean program where all departments are looking at how they just continuously improve their process. And then a pretty significant investment in technology would be the other one to note. And we really work hard with the Technology Services Group to make sure that we have benefits identified for investing in new technology. What is the benefits going to be? Is it quantifiable? Is it going to generate more capacity to do things better or different? Customer service improvements or save money. So we do track those, and that helps us to make our technology investments on the business side. So it's a number of those areas, but I think our teams are becoming more and more accustomed to the process improvement and learning to be able to track the benefits from those investments.
Great, thank you. In the context of that answer, with the forecast on annually, what's the property tax forecast over the next 4 to 5 years? What can we anticipate given where we're landing today?
Yeah, I think that we do have sort of a bit of a lens on the 5 to 7 year. Or 5 year, and we're looking at probably still around 5 to 7%, because if we continue to have, sort of our wages and then the 1% infrastructure investment, and we know that pressures from regional costs, et cetera, are above inflation. So we feel we would still be in that 5 to 7%, factoring in, we do have some forecasts for new revenue, so that helps to mitigate it from sort of where we were looking at through, at the last budget outlook and the 2023 budget. So hopefully those revenues and then our process improvement and transformation projects will mitigate that, but we'll probably still be in that range of 5 to 7%.
Thank you. I'm looking for a little bit more information, sort of a bit of a risk framework lens here is, what do we typically set aside in contingency in terms of capital? And I'm speaking to storm or weather-related incidents. So we had to deal with the Kitts Pool in recent year. We had to deal with the Stanley Park seawall. We've heard from residents in the Southlands Dunbar area about consistent flooding every year. I'm just curious, how much do we set aside for those capital infrastructure needs that are emergent? They may not necessarily be planned. For example, Stanley Park and the Kitts Pool with the king tides.
and we get the team to clarify the dollar amount, but when we set out our capital plan, we do have sort of an emerging priority category, knowing that things come up. We also reprioritize our capital. We're going to be doing the midterm update next year. So 2 years into the capital plan, revisiting our priorities and reprioritizing so that we can address some of those new items that may come in and take a higher priority than the existing ones. We do have a reserve that we set aside for capital for those emerging items. I'll get the team to confirm it. It's probably in around the $10 to $20 million range off the top of my head, but we can confirm that. And we have had to use that from time to time.
Can we get more details on that in a memo? And can you just expand on, are we seeing higher frequency of unplanned capital infrastructure upgrades that are necessary related to weather or other incidents in the city? Can you give me, you've been here with the city for a number of years, and so have other financial staff.
This would be a non-quantitative answer, so we'd probably have to go back and actually look at what changes we've made in the plan, but certainly there's some fairly significant ones if you consider, the trees in Stanley Park, kids' pools.
I'm sorry, we're at time.
Stanley Park
We'll go back on.
walkway, so we've had a significant number in the last few years.
Time. Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. So just continuing on, I just had a couple of clarifying questions. On slide 33, it talks about the digital license application, the digital transformation around licensing. When was that complete?
Have our DBL team come up.
Thank you. Hi, Sarah.
Good morning. Sarah Hicks, Chief License Inspector. So we brought a council report forward earlier this year, which collapsed the business license categories from 570 down to 88. We're currently in the process of building that out within our technology systems, looking to launch that April 1st of 2024. And in June, we launched an online business license application where we've been able to reduce staff time in processing.
So it notes in the report, but thank you for that, 580 staff hours saved annually. Just trying to get a timeline, like last year, this coming year?
Yeah. So that's looking at a complete year. So we haven't realized that full savings just yet, but we process between 5,000 to 7,000 new applications a year, and if you take into account there's 5 minutes or more of savings per application, that's where the 580 comes from.
Okay, so then logically we won't see this as an efficiency next year. Like it says annually, which is a bit confusing because it sort of suggests that we should be considering this as savings year over year over year, but once we save it once, ideally the budget is adjusted accordingly and we don't continue to count this as a savings.
Yeah, we're going to be able to have staff focus on more of that incoming work and processing applications with that time savings.
That's great. I do appreciate the clarity. Thank you. Okay, I'll move on really quick here. There was a slide that referenced, slide 36, public safety, and then mandated the provincial government. Can I just understand what, and this is where I'm going to focus the balance of my questions is on this slide, but initially, public safety, provincial government mandate. Can I understand more about what's meant by that statement specifically, recognizing, of course, public safety is the mandate of the municipal government? It's just some words. I can read it out.
Oh,
if
yeah.
It's easier.
It was slide number 36.
I may need just some time back if that's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just looking for to understand what's being referenced there.
Yeah. So I think with respect to the mandate of the provincial government, so I think with respect to public safety, again, that would be areas like fire and police and the impacts of sort of responding to the general public safety environment that we're experiencing in the urban center.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm any clear on that, but I'll move on. I think what this slide is really addressing is very, very important, slide 36, and it's related to the downloading of costs, of course, to local governments. And we're hearing this conversation grow across the country with Ontario, Toronto just getting a new deal. It looks pretty darn good. I think it's our entire budget, $1.8 billion. But I wonder, in the context of that, what percentage of the province's GDP is attributed to the city of Vancouver?
I don't know that. You'd have to get you that number. I don't know that number.
Okay, that would be very helpful. And I guess my final question in my last 40 seconds is, what, if any, ongoing conversations is happening with the provincial government as it relates to municipal finance reform? It's identified as sort of like a key opportunity, I would say, in this budget.
And that is being championed through UBCM. That was an initiative that it was initiated a few years ago and then was reinforced in the last year or so. And so we have also have some communications through the finance organization of BC, working with and having some dialogue with the provincial government as well.
So does it need any further direction from this council to staff to accelerate those conversations and work?
We could certainly absolutely. Oh, do you want to take it, Paul?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor, this is an issue that is not unique to the city of Vancouver, and I
No.
think the province is unlike Toronto. We're unlikely going to be in a position to negotiate a specific financial kind of framework with the province. I do think that it is an issue that's appropriately pursued through other kind of more multilateral channels like UBCM. It's certainly an issue that as staff we can discuss. But it's primarily a political issue.
Political issue. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So about short-term rental business license, so how much additional revenue as a result of increasing fees?
Good morning. The increase in fees, if all licenses are realized, we should be 2.5 million above costs, above the cost escalation for 2024.
Okay, so how are we going to use this additional money to enhance the enforcement?
So we're working through that right now. We're going to be coming back to council in Q1 of 2024 with proposal.
Okay, so again, to follow up, I'm looking at slide 30. So revenue increased for business license fees about $5.6 million. So $2.5 million will be due to short-term rental?
If we see the same volume as 2023, yes.
Okay, so that means the additional revenue overall for the business license fees, about 50% due to the short-term rentals.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the other question, so I think that's very similar to the mayor's question. So I did a very quick calculations. The impact for strata owners about $100 per year, so that's 27 cents per day. So 61% going to City of Vancouver. So that means only 15% going to City of Vancouver per day. Is that right?
The city portion. Yeah, that is just the city portion.
The city portion.
It's just the city, yeah. We
Thank
don't
you.
have the numbers for other taxing authorities for next year as yet.
Okay, thank you. The other question is about this climate budget. So I'm still a little bit confused by this, what do you call that? The priority and policy based. The climate priority and climate beneficial. So a few weeks ago, so council removed the requirement for parking lot, for the redevelopment at Broadway and downtown Vancouver. That would generate a huge impact on climate. So would that consider as priority or beneficial?
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Joe. It's primarily a regulatory tool, a great example of us using regulations to reduce emissions. Any funding, and I don't believe there is actually funding needed for that, but if there was needed funding to support the implementation, it would be a climate priority. That's definitely an action within the Climate Emergency Action Plan, significant benefits, so that would be a climate priority.
Okay, but there will be some administration cost for this particular policy, right? So would that considered in this budget?
That would be captured in the operating budget, correct?
Okay. And how do we quantify the impact or the outcome of this particular policy?
We actually have quite good math on that one in terms of the GHG reductions to do with that policy. Happy to share that as a follow-up answer, but we have modeled out the embodied carbon savings of that policy.
Okay, so to follow up that, I'm looking at slide 7. So it says $1 invested will generate $13 to $15 in benefits. Of course, that's a long run, long-term benefits. So we are investigating more than $60 million. Does that mean in the long run, it could generate more than $900 million in terms of the benefits for the city?
That number was coming from the federal national adaptation strategy. So that number is based on adaptation. On the adaptation side, an example would be flood protection here in the city, coastal flood protection. I showed the number of $30 billion of assets at risk. The most recent number we have for protecting the coastline is around $1 billion. That's a little bit outdated now, but that gives you a sense of the protection versus the savings. And again, not suggesting the city should be covering that full cost, but there's a huge benefit by protecting, I would say, in that example.
Okay, so a detailed breakdown for that number would be really helpful, I think.
Yeah, I'd be happy to provide that.
Okay, thank you. One more last question. So I probably don't have time for that, but I'm looking at E44 on these budget documents. I saw there's a budget about the West End public space for the Build Street, Davis Street, which I understand. What is the Robson Street project there? That's about $10 million. The third item from the top.
So I believe that refers to the Butte Street Plaza at Robson and Butte.
Okay, so it's not a different item for
And I apologize, Councillor Joe and Lon, we're out of time.
Oh, that's,
Sorry.
I'm going to follow up on
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, I'm going to try to go really quickly. First question for PDS. Central waterfront planning. We had a couple of motions passed by council in 2022 and then more recently. I seem to recall a memo that was suggesting that it's not funded in this budget, and if we wanted to pursue that, we'd be looking at $2.6 million over the next 2 years. What would that look like as an amendment or addition to this budget, if that was to be?
I think Doug Smith, Acting General Manager, is online. Doug, are you there? Are you able to take that question?
Yes, I am. I can take that question.
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah, I'll speak up. So regarding Central Waterfront, we would strongly recommend we wait to see if the partners that are working along the Central Waterfront are able to put together a governance structure. We can't really work with them as the city as a bunch of individual entities. We need to function with them as a single partner. We're hoping that later this year, maybe by the summer, they'll have a governance structure, and then we would come back to council and do potentially a mid-year budget ask if we wanted to initiate that project.
Great, thanks, Doug. That's super helpful. Understood. I'm going to move on because limited time. Engineering. C38, pavement, major road network declining over time and resulting in a decreased number of kilometers that can be invested in repairing major road networks and under the existing funding. What kind of funding would we need to see increased to support our major road networks? Appreciating that it is a TransLink thing as well. It's not all on us.
Well, it's largely a city thing. The streets that are co-managed with TransLink are the major road network, which is a very limited set of arterial streets, but does include Granville, Cambie and Oak, Knight and Main, for example. Those are the north-south ones that are included in the MRN. Those are generally funded through operation and maintenance funding from TransLink, so those are in good shape. All the other arterials that are not and that see a lot more bus traffic, for example, deteriorate more quickly. The local streets as well, those are fully funded by city tax. So those are streets where we're investing very little in renewal right now, very little. So what the answer is, what would be required, that would take us a little while to do, but we are working on that. So we are
seeing a cumulative infrastructure deficit in that.
In this respect, the 1% a year that benefits that particular asset set isn't enough of an increase annually to stave off the kind of deterioration that we're seeing.
And we passed a motion last week about pavement markings. I couldn't even find the $75,000 that was in the line somewhere, but there was direction or request to get a little bit more back on what investment into pavement road markings could look like?
Yeah, and so in this last year, paint markings, if you want to see them, they're actually, we consider line markings different from the items which are, the bike stencils and the elephant's feet and the bike conflict areas. Those are two different things. The line painting we do on a regular basis. We have a budget for about 650,000 on that, I believe. But our actual spend is reflective of the need, and so I believe this year we're on track to spend about $1 million. So we're far over what the budget asks us, and so we just kind of pull from other budget areas, and that really depends on what materializes out there. It's a very responsive approach that we're taking.
And so we'll get a report back on a more.
You will, that's right, based on your motion.
Okay, thanks, Lon. I'm going to move over to Parks, if I may. Steve, or in general, C83, why are golf rounds trending downward? Is that?
It's a great question. Our golf rounds were extremely high coming out of COVID. We saw a number of people move to that sport given they couldn't do other things. So this is a little bit of a leveling off. We didn't expect those high levels of rounds to maintain the way they had. Obviously, we're dealing with competitive factors in the municipality as well as surrounding municipalities. So there's no core reason to it. We're maintaining our course as well. But I think that's just reflective of demand petering off with more people traveling for golf.
Revenue decline, though. It doesn't look like. Not a corollary revenue decline.
Right. It's not a perfect correlation. Again, we've got a very complex fee structure in golf. Summers being more expensive than winters. It all depends on where the demand peters off and how that correlates.
Okay. I'm curious, I see in the decolonization arts and culture, creating a more equitable and accessible park system, various kind of language about accessibility. And we were hearing from the accessibility community frustration over the reopening of the Stanley Park train and that it's not accessible. How does that reconcile with Parks' kind of overall mandate around accessibility and equity?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. So we...
I'm sorry, we're at time. Sorry.
I can get you a response written.
Okay, thank you.
Don't hold it against me. I'm just following the rules here. So I really apologize. And Patrice, a couple of speakers ago, I kind of cut you off, and if that came across the wrong way, I totally apologize. That was not the intent. So I apologize. Councillor Boyle, last one because we.
Okay, can I move for a third round of questions? I'm just interested to get an answer on Councillor Fry's question back. So
sure. Seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Great.
Thanks.
We'll find the answer.
I have a few follow-up questions on some of the questions around offsets and climate investments. I'm wondering if staff can speak to some of the additional benefits in addition to GHG reductions from the investments that we make in climate.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So when you buy an offset, there are really no benefits to city residents aside from the reduction of GHGs on our ledger. A number of co-benefits. So I'll start with active transportation and transit. These are affordability benefits, health benefits. As a growing city, a number of benefits. It's work we really should be doing regardless of the GHG outcomes, much like the EV fire truck we saw yesterday. EV charging is another example with a provincial mandate that 90% of all light-duty sales be EV by 2030. The 50% of renters in the city are going to be looking for EV charging. And if we're not providing that service, and again, not just the city, but BC Hydro and others across the city, we're gonna have a real bottleneck on charging. On green buildings as well, we're seeing legislation coming from the province on time of replacement for heating and hot water equipment. Again, us being in step with that and anticipating that positions us well as a city versus being reactive. So a number of benefits, health benefits as well in terms of that transition. And happy to provide more details in a response to that.
Great. I appreciate that. Also wanted to follow up, Councillor Montague had asked about the building retrofit funds that are being carried over in the budget and still to be spent. Can you speak to the overlap there in terms of warming and cooling centers, health and resiliency?
Yeah, I mean, what was driving a lot of the heat pump uptake these days is cooling, as we're dealing with more extreme temperatures, and a portion of our funding, a good portion of our funding is going towards rental buildings, affordable housing buildings to support cooling in those buildings. And yes, they are reducing GHGs, but the benefit directly for those residents is cooling during extreme heat events. I'll also add that of that budget, an example would be a building benchmarking program that provides information to building owners about how much they're emitting, much like air care used to be. That's a program that takes years to develop and implement and roll out with industry. So it's not a indication of slowness or delays. It just some projects take time to roll out, and that's an example of one.
And is that the funding that's being used as a pilot in partnership with Landlord BC and the Nonprofit Housing Association to learn what we can about future retrofits?
Correct. We have a couple of programs. We have the rental apartment retrofit accelerator program, which is an incentive for rental buildings. We also have one that we're working with the province and BC Hydro to support multifamily retrofits. It was the Earth Day motion from earlier this year, and that's one that we're looking to learn from these retrofits from industry to start to roll out requirements in a more in a smarter way.
So our investment in that work has leveraged additional funding from other partners.
In that project, our investment has leveraged multiple partners much beyond our original fund.
Okay. I have many more questions, but maybe I'll leave it there. Thanks for those answers.
Thank you.
A quick question for ACCS. I'm wondering if there is funding in the 2024 budget for developing and implementing the public washroom strategy?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. We do have sufficient funding and resources to complete the development of the washroom framework, but it's too early to advise what we might bring to Council in terms of recommendations for implementation.
Fair enough. Okay. Just want to, I'm keen for that work to come forward. Thank you. A question for engineering. With just a minute left, what are we currently spending on the neighborhood traffic management program? And I know it's a long road to get to all of our neighborhoods on that. I can hear back. I'm interested in, my memory is we're doing about 2 neighborhoods a year, what it would look like to double that.
Yeah, so that's costing us about $500,000 to do those 2.
Okay, and so would it be a straight doubling of that money to get to twice as many neighborhoods?
Yeah, I mean, the different neighborhood sizes and the amount of work, there is some variability, but probably ballpark, that's probably not a bad estimate, yeah. And just on the other transit one that both you and Councillor Bly asked, the TransLink funding annually has gone up from, in the last 4 years or so, from about $10 million a year to about $20 million a year.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. And with that, we're now going to recess the special council 2024 budget meeting to convene a separate special council meeting. Actually, it's the morning. Good morning and welcome everyone to the special council meeting of December the 5th, 2023. This special council meeting is being held under sections 2.5A and 14.5 of the procedure bylaw for the purpose of convening a meeting which is closed to the public. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable the, oh, everyone's here. We can skip that. All right. Yes, we love everyone in the city. Can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle,
Present.
Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Miser, and Councillor Jo.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. There is one item of business on today's agenda, a motion to meet in camera. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to move it go in camera? Councillor Dominato, thank you. Councillor Jo seconded. All in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries. That concludes today's agenda. May we now have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Meisner, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Fry. Was that you? No? Okay, awesome. Great. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. Councillor Carr. So we're going to restart the meeting. Councillor Carr, do you want a couple of minutes to get settled or?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
So, I guess this question is for sustainability. I'm not sure which one. And it's about the fact that the mayor asked a question around the climate budget and should we be buying carbon offsets instead of spending money to reduce GHGs. So I'm wondering if you can just provide me with any update, for example, from COP28 that's going on right now in terms of the discussions around carbon offsets and the risks around carbon offsets.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carr. So carbon offsets, I would say, are still an emerging field. There's different systems for certifying carbon offsets. There's certainly a tool that will become more and more important in the future, but I would say right now there's been a lot of challenges around carbon offsets. The most public was one of the certifiers, a company called Vera. An investigation done through The Guardian this year found that 90% of their offsets certified were not fully legitimate, not living up to their claims. So I don't want to sort of disparage offsets. They are a very important tool, but it would also be something that we would want to step into carefully and thoughtfully with due diligence around what we would get for them. I do want to circle back, though, in terms of probably the bigger drawback is that as far as city residents, we don't get the benefits of things like active transportation and transit, which I think if I asked Lon, we should be doing that regardless of the climate benefits. Planting trees, we should be doing regardless of the climate benefits. So there's a lot of things that would not be picked up on with offsets. The other piece is that some of these changes are going to come our way regardless. They'll be imposed on us over time, and if we can get in front of them now, it sets us up much better to adjust to that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Second question. I guess might just go to Patrice, I'm not sure. What is the cost of, and where is it in the budget for the mayor's budget task force? Where's the line item around that?
The mayor's budget task force is not a paid task force, it's volunteer.
Okay, so there's no money.
So there's
Okay.
no cost.
Okay, great. Vancouver, this is something out of the city manager's budget. I noticed that the Vancouver Economic Commission, we all know, was disbanded. It had a budget of $3.193 million, and that's on page B48. That's now zero. I do not see a line item in the city manager's office for the Vancouver Economic Commission, despite, I think, publicly it being stated that it was going to move into the city manager's office.
There was a transfer of $1 million of the VEC budget to the city manager's office, and that was for to set up the business and economy activity that was going to remain with the city.
Why isn't that in the line item then? If there's $1 million, at the very minimum, I would have expected to have seen it as a line item. It's not, I mean, it may be one of the detailed ones, but if they're going to look for it, that's great. It's just not in the highlighted section on it.
Ah, yes, okay.
Okay. In terms of engineering, somebody either from engineering or planning, I'm not sure which, I want to know if there's any money allocated to engineering and or planning to proceed with the conversion of 11% of streets at the neighborhood level, which was a promise in the Vancouver plan, and want to see how that is progressing. I'm not seeing that line item.
Yes, Lon Leclerc, General Manager, Engineering Services. So there's a number of different line items that actually contribute to that. So we consider the reallocation of road space to walking, cycling, transit, or green infrastructure would all be different classifications of that road space reallocation. And so in each of our areas, there's activity. We have this council just approved, going from 1 plaza to 5 plazas to go to permanent. And then, of course, expanded active transportation, separated bike lanes, and dedicated transit improvements, priority improvements. So those would all fall under that category as we would interpret it.
Neighborhood level, determining how they want to see the streets realigned to serve community and local neighborhood benefit.
Doug, are you online? Are you able to answer that?
Yes, this is Doug Smith, Acting General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. As we do all of our Sorry, apologies, didn't have my camera on there. As we do all of our public engagement, whether it's for a community plan like Rupert and Renfrew or for the upcoming villages, we're looking for opportunities to reallocate road space and use them more effectively as per council's priorities. So the answer is yes.
Just on time, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi, yeah, I'm going to fire hopefully some quick questions, just looking for clarity based on questions I've gotten about what is in the budget and how much. First one is with respects to VPL for the public library. And I know the slide referenced efficiency and Sunday openings. So can we confirm where this budget sits in terms of having all of our branches open all the days of the week or not?
So there remain 11 branches at VPL that are not open on Mondays. So the board's highest priority for investment for VPL would be to open additional branches on Mondays, in particular in the southeast of the city.
Okay, and that's the approximate $150,000 cost? Is
That would be about $250,000 to open 3 branches on Mondays. So to open all 11 would be closer to $1 million.
$250,000 for 3 branches and $1 million for 11. And predominantly of the 11, how many in Southeast, Van?
In Southeast, I'll just refer to my list here. So Southeast, we have Champlain and Marpole would be the 2, the main 2.
Okay, and the other 9 branches are?
All over the city.
All over. Okay, thanks. Moving on to Chinatown, a couple questions on this one, and it was referenced that the Uplifting Chinatown funding continues. So 2 questions. How much set aside for next year? And also, do we have provisions pursuant to the recent council conversation around looking at opportunities to continue funding the building grants for our Heritage Association family buildings?
Checking on the latter, and we'll have to get back to you on that one. But Sandra maybe answer the first one on Chinatown. She'll get back to you as well.
On the Chinatown piece? Okay. The graffiti program with all the BIAs, looking for affirmation of the level that's continuing at, because council has constantly made adjustments that funding is now regularized in 2024.
Yes, that's correct. It's been regularized.
So that was that extra, I think it was about a $500,000 top up. I'm going from memory.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Gastown. What's the allocation and what are we going to deliver for Gastown in 2020?
Yeah, so Gastown, we have the repair work in Maple Tree Square. We anticipate that work to be under construction this spring. We also have funding in the budget to be able to program a pedestrian experience for the summer. So car light, car-free environment on Water Street. So that's all in this year's budget.
Okay, and then we still have the capital allocation, the 4-year capital plan for the more restorative work?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. My next one is around ride hailing, so I'll switch gears a little bit if anybody wants to still be working on an answer on Chinatown. I'm not sure if that has to come after or not. But ride hailing, can you provide us with a rationale when people, for why that's going up and why it's important for the city to do that? AKA, if people are like worried about affordability or it'll be more expensive in Vancouver versus somewhere else. What's our rationale?
Yeah, when we brought in the fee, we looked at other cities and we looked at our circumstance, and we took a slightly different approach. A lot of cities have instituted a blanket drop-off and pickup fee. Our biggest concern was that we might see an oversupply of cars looking for pickup and drop-off in particular areas of the city during congested periods. So we actually implemented a fee which is specific to the metropolitan core and specific to those hours that we were expressing concern. And so the fee is both kind of to discourage too many people from doing that activity, but also kind of recognizing this is a stopping fee. And so the curbside competition for curbside space is important. We have taxi zones which are only available for taxis. We have loading zones and passenger zones which are kind of broadly applicable to all of passenger drop-off and a pickup activity. So it was under that kind of premise that we brought it in. And the increase really is that we see that relative to other jurisdictions, across North America. We're on the low side, and we kind of feel that it's a good management move.
So can I reflect that back then? So is the rationale that it should be theoretically easier if I'm a passenger to get picked up because there isn't as much of a congestion issue in designated zones?
Yes, so we're managing the curbside spaces kind of as a valuable resource. And to the extent that that fee kind of helps us manage that in either designating more space for that activity or just kind of in managing enforcement around it is something that, yeah, that's what we would use it for.
Okay, and if the comparator was other North American cities, but people still say, well, Vancouver would still be more expensive than other cities in the region, our answer is because we have more volume and it's more congested and we need to keep people moving, or why?
Yeah, if we look at our scan across the jurisdictions, Alina, do you want to? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so we were looking at North Van, but also Toronto, Calgary, Edmonton, Regina, Seattle, Winnipeg, Portland, and typically 50 cents in Portland, 42
And
cents.
I'm sorry, we're way over time. Sorry about that.
Just again, those are 24 hours a day and in all locations in those cities.
Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen?
Thanks very much, Mayor. On our slide presentation, slide 42, it talks about Vancouver's utility fees for water, sewer, drainage, solid waste, all being substantially higher than the average in Metro Vancouver. Is there an easy explanation for those distance separations in terms of the average cost?
Yeah, the easy explanation is we're a big old city. So compared to Coquitlam or Surrey or where you have newer infrastructure, you're not facing renewal. And those pipes generally last about 100 years. So if you have a lot of system that's 100 years old, you're going to be faced with a lot of renewal.
Mm-hmm. Does that explain the solid waste difference as well?
Solid waste, I mean, we just have a lot more activity. Our attractors, which are regional in nature, both the entertainment districts, the parks, the waterfronts, all of that stuff, comes with a lot of need for garbage pickup.
I think we're adding another parking smartphone app that we've been using Pay by Phone for years. We're adding another one. Are we getting a better rate for that and better revenue from that?
We haven't. We're actually just be looking at renewing our contract with Pay by Phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
Oh, sorry. Do we have another one? Oh, sorry. The RFP is open right now. It's in progress.
Got it. Workplace injuries reductions was cited as a cost saving. Do we have a forecast for like a set of goals for that over the next couple of years and reductions?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's similar to the golfing situation where we reached kind of unusual highs during the pandemic. We actually saw injury rates increase. While there was a huge focus on health, it was a specific type of health, which is related to the pandemic and not spreading disease. And so a lot of our kind of safety programs fell a little bit by the wayside. And so us making a catch up on this is actually going to be a big savings in the future. But we got hit hard with some big increases from WorkSafe BC as a result of high injury rate.
Active file then.
Just add a little bit to that also during COVID in the fire area, COVID was accepted as a WorkSafe BC claim. So again, during that COVID peak, there were those two different drivers of driving the.
Very good, thanks. Workplace injury. Earlier this year, Councillor Meisner brought forward a motion to have more fountains. Have we have any investments in terms of getting more recirculating fountains? Anybody have that on their list? Steve?
Yes, thanks. We actually have a report back coming to our board in a week's time regarding our decorative water features and how many we'll be able to bring back online that are recirculating.
Very good. I got a few seconds left.
Actually, you have 2 minutes left.
Oh, I have 2 minutes left. Okay. The discussion in one of the slides about municipal finance reform, it doesn't sound like we've made any progress on it, but have we tabled some concrete ideas, either through FCM or other agencies, so we can get these ideas to senior levels of government?
Yes, both through FCM, they have actually a motion out regarding adjusting the model for municipalities around infrastructure, and particularly growth infrastructure. UBCM also has a previous motion, and then that was updated a couple of years ago. So that is active work that is happening. We have seen from the federal government a focus on transit that helps translate not so much the city of Vancouver, but other cities. That's been a big advancement, and we're looking at kind of replicating that kind of thinking around other areas. And particularly with the new housing approach through the BC legislation, we are going to very much need to look at growth-related infrastructure and models for that. So that will be part of the city's feedback on those changes in the housing legislation.
Thank you, Patrice. That's all my questions. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Excuse me. Staff, I just wanted to follow up on a couple of points. Excuse me, I need some more water. Just on the subject of, and I apologize if this was asked around the VPD provisional budget around cost of living adjustments for CPCs. There was a direction last budget for that to be annualized. I don't believe it was. So I'm just curious if staff have been able to ascertain what the amount is necessary to have that included. Thank you. That's service, right?
Yes, that was adjusted in last year's budget. It wasn't annualized, and maybe that it was a miss on our part. It's about 67,000, and it is included in the VPD. Oh, it's not included in the VPD one, so it would be in addition to the VPD submitted budget.
So 67,000. So that would have to be moved as an additional direction or amendment to have that included. Is that correct? Thank you for the water.
It's in the board budget. Oh, sorry, it is in the VPD board budget submission. Sorry.
It is in the submission, so we don't.
Okay, confirmed.
It doesn't need to be amended.
It's not in our draft. It would need to be added as an amendment.
Okay. Okay. I just want to get clear on that point. Okay. Thank you. I do want to follow up. I know Councillor Fry previously asked about the planning work for the Central Downtown Waterfront, and I gather from a recent poll, we estimate it would be roughly 2.6 million needed for 24 months of planning work. And I'm curious, given that there is some momentum behind this of different parties coming to the table to, including the private landowners, to envision a new waterfront, what would it take for the 2024 budget to keep us involved and engaged in that? Maybe it's not realistic as $1 million this year, but what amount could? Because what I'm concerned, you're hearing my question, is that we're not engaging in that planning where we're doing it for other areas of the city, but it's so important. And between Cole Harbour and Gastown, we're doing work on Gastown right now. So what amount of money would it take to sort of get some planning work started?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I would say that at this point, there's no money required from the city. We've expressed the strong interest of council in advancing this work. I think all the partners have heard that loud and clear. What they're working on right now is a governance structure. And that's really important for them to have established that, because all the property lines don't follow the natural plans that you would need. It's really technically complex and jurisdictionally complex. And so it's very unlike planning a normal part of our city. The city has no land in this area whatsoever. And so what we would be looking for is a signal from them that they have a governance structure, and then we would immediately report back to council with how we would engage. And I would recognize it would be two things. It would be dedicated staff that would work on it, but also a budget for consulting. And again, this is just because rail relocation, the studies that are required in that area are actually sea level rise. There's a whole bunch of things which are actually quite complex. And so we would be seeking funds for that as well.
Okay, thank you. And then just going back to the conversation around infrastructure and capital investments, what are the greatest risks in terms of our current infrastructure? And I think back to a recent story from Prince Rupert where they, with their pipes burst and their 100-old pipes, and they ended up on a boil water advisory. I don't anticipate that happening in Vancouver, but what is in your estimation, the highest risk for us in terms of capital infrastructure right now?
Well, the big risks is in terms of the water supply. Generally, the water supply is going to be maintained safely. Our system is set up in a very resilient way, such that when water main breaks occur, we're able to isolate that piece, and the rest of the system stays pressurized with good, healthy water. But the frequency of those occurrences we do anticipate would increase over the next couple of decades. And that's only because we're kind of running into a new wave of pipes that are of that age that are failing. And then in terms of the streets and structures side, really it's trying to keep on top of the changes in seismic code, which keep changing, and we keep learning more about the different ways that structures fail. And so we're always playing catch up on existing bridges to retrofit them and kind of make them more resilient in the case of an earthquake.
Okay, that's actually really helpful. I'm not sure what my time is, Mayor.
About 14 seconds.
Oh, okay, well, I'll pause there. Thank you.
I guess that's me now. Okay, so thank you very much. And once again, thanks for all the work you do. And I would actually agree with Councillor Carr. You know, the nature of carbon offsets right now, it's an emerging field, so we have a lot of work to do. So maybe I'll rephrase the question a little differently. How do we know if we're having a good day? And by that, I mean, you know, the residents of Vancouver, we all love the environment. How can we show them that what we committed to do is having an impact? And not just from, you know, we're allocating a bunch of resources to it, we're actually getting outcomes.
Thank you, Mayor Sim, for the question. We are bringing a climate emergency action plan update to council next week, so you get a full presentation of that. But it's an area where we measure our outcomes very closely. So we are generally able to show this is the GHG reductions from a piece of work, and we can provide rationale as to why that piece of work has been brought forward, whether it's a big GHG impact or some GHG impact and other benefits to go with it. We typically have that, and our intent is, where possible with council reports, to bring forward that narrative as well. So even something like multiplexes, we can connect it to a GHG savings on that work. So we're happy to bring that forward. I think we'd also like to bring more communications to residents as well with our positive projects, if that responds.
Yeah, you know, so when I asked the question, I put on my resident's hat because I want to hold city council accountable. And so I'll go back to the fire truck example once again. The environment almost doesn't matter in the context of that because it's so awesome. And so we shouldn't even be, you don't, on that one, you don't even have to measure the GHG impact because it already takes care of our members. So all I'm asking for is if we can get a little more clarity around that, that way you're not set up in an impossible situation where half the residents in Vancouver are peppering you with the questions I just did because we understand the impact. Okay, so I'm going to switch gears a little bit. I look forward to the report next week. I just want to make sure I have my math okay. So when I look at the capital increase of 1% to replenish the capital in the city, that equates to about 3.5 cents per day for the average condo owner. Is that right? My math was basically 27 cents times 1 divided by 7.6. Is that right, roughly? Am I missing something here? Am I close? Have our calculators out there?
You're faster than our team.
All right, okay. I did 3.5. I was trying to make it better for you guys, but okay, which is important because I know we have a capital deficit. So when we look at the, you had 2.8% for the VPD. Was that for the 100 police officers and the 100 or whatever, the number of mental health workers as well? Or is it just for?
Mental health workers were funded fully in the 2023 budget. So this is the and partial of the 100 officers. So this is the full year for the 100 officers, but the mental health was already in the 2023.
So when I look at that then, just to give, I just want to make sure I have the context right. We're literally saying 10 cents per day for the average condo owner. And for that, we have another 100 police officers on the road in a time when safety on the streets is a big deal for a lot of people.
I think we'd have to add on the additional investment in 2023 because we've spread the cost of those 100 officers over 2 years. So this is just, the 2.8% is this year's increase. And that's for not just
But
move it off. of
basically,
there.
we're
So you'd have to
talking-
add it.
We're literally talking pennies a day. We're not talking about some obscene number. Okay.
Yeah.
Final question for you here, because I'm trying to get the context of the 7.6%. Like, when we're buying concrete, do we lever the economies of scale of our purchasing department? Or does that make a difference when we're buying concrete in the market?
Concrete?
Yeah, like, supplies, the big things we need to
Yeah.
buy to like fix stuff in the city.
The biggest investment we have in that type of work is through engineering. So the work we're doing around streets, sewers, and waters, and we do have procurement strategies around each of those to optimize the price plus the availability of materials, et cetera. Do you want to comment?
Yeah, and I would also mention, we're a big enough engineering operation, that we have our own works yard related to aggregates. So we receive aggregates by barge at our Kent yard. We actually have our own asphalt plant. So we actually are in control of a lot of the costs.
Yeah.
We take our own material.
Sorry, I'm already over it, but I just want to ask one really quick question. So basically, wherever there's an opportunity, we can beat the market because we do it ourselves. And when it comes to, let's say, wages, we basically pay market. So because we're in the same challenge everyone else is, we have to attract talent by paying them well, or we don't get the talent. Is that a fair assumption?
That's
Great,
correct.
thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. I'm going to try and move quickly back to Steve Jackson, where I left things on the commitment to a more equitable and accessible park system vis-a-vis the decision to initiate the Stanley Park train with wheelchair accessibility.
Thanks for that. So we do take accessibility seriously at the park board, and it's a top priority for us. We placed an order for the accessibility parts at the same time we placed the order for the other parts for the regular carriages. We received the parts on time for the regular carriages. We did not receive the parts on time for the accessibility. So it was a timing issue outside of our control, but it was ordered at the same time.
Okay, so there wasn't a conscious decision, though, to forego our...
No, there wasn't. And we did make best efforts to try and do that last minute and get that carriage modified. It just couldn't be done.
Okay. I'm seeing here a bit on sport field utilization improvements, talks about various turf fields. I'm not seeing the Moberly Park, which I believe $17 million council had overridden the park board decision to do further consultation and went ahead with. Is that not in here, or am I missing it?
It's not in the draft budget at this point in time, so we have a report back to our board, also scheduled for next week, on just the engagement findings. And then the plan is to return to the board early in 2024 with a combination of the engagement finding as well as the sort of cost components to deliver that project. And then we'll seek our board's direction on pursuing that field.
Okay, thank you. I have two more questions. This is a weird small one. I just noticed in the top of Appendix B on waste. Sorry, Steve, that's not for you. On waste collection, public realm, and tech improvements. We know what John here.
Sorry, I have my director here to answer.
Technological enhancements in collections and public realm cleaning.
Yes, so a couple of things there. One is route optimization, so we're integrating that into public realm cleanliness, so street cleaning vehicles. The other one is we're trying level sensors in fullness sensors in litter cans so that we can optimize collection based on that, as well as on the back end, we're doing lots of automation of our data collection that saves time on supervisors so they can provide more access to field teams.
Okay, so like the RFID chips in the can.
That's RFID chips is something that we started embedding in our new carts for residential carts. So that's the curbside collection, not the actual public realm cleanliness, but it is something that we're building into all of our new inventory. To switch that over from an old system to a new system will take many, many years.
Okay, but largely an efficiency thing.
Yeah.
Thanks, John. Okay. Last one, this is a question for VPD. And I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity on the conversation around random stranger attacks and the sort of change in the metrics that we heard recently. And I admittedly sort of got mixed signals on it. So thanks, Chief.
Yeah, pleasure. Yeah, we recently did an analysis on the stranger tax. So as you know, in 2021, we were up to about 4 a day, and we went down to about 2 a day, and now we're down to about 1 a day. So we put a number of things into place. We had a task force set up dealing with stranger attacks, dedicated officers, dedicated analysts, a full project team working with Crown Council, putting bail packages together, keeping people in custody, and the numbers have been driven down significantly.
Okay, so that's a direct intervention area kind of thing. It's not, because I think there was also notionally that it was a COVID thing, or?
There could be other factors as well, like COVID could be a factor as well, like as far as, you know, people being kept in and out of custody, that kind of thing, as far as more people being on the street, how many eyes and ears are out there. But there was direct intervention by project teams, by VPD, addressing that issue head on.
Okay. And then is there a specific route of investment that, like, beyond the analysis thing, like, are we seeing more street beat kind of, is that part of this?
Street officers?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So with the new approvals that were made by council last year, we have upped our game in patrol. So part of those officers went to patrol, including metro teams. So in addition to the regular patrol officers we have working in every district, we've got 2 new metro teams which roam throughout the city. They go based on what's happening on that particular day, at that time of the day of the week, so they can be moved fluidly throughout the city.
Sorry,
We have
Chief,
a pop-up protest.
we're at time. I apologize.
Yeah, but they're fluid and they deal with adjustments in call load.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I've got 2 or 3 questions. I'll try to fire through them quickly. Any answer on Chinatown, or should I expect that information after? And I do have limited time, so if it's a long one, then I'll continue.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, all of the investments that were originally proposed in the Uplifting Chinatown Action Plan were intended to continue ongoing. And engineering has confirmed the street sanitation work is included in the budget, and we're reporting back to Council in Q1 on next steps.
Okay, and on the heritage buildings and looking at that opportunity for grants?
Yes, so PDS has confirmed that they continue to have the 17.4 million in the capital plan for heritage buildings, and we also have 1.6 million for SRO partnerships dedicated in Chinatown through ACCS.
Okay, great, thank you. I just want to move on to, I've got 2, and maybe one is on the TransLink piece on the transportation, and there was I'm wondering if I can direct this question maybe to Lon. And Councillor Boyle had asked about it, but my understanding is that based on the motion that this council supported to look at rapid priority bus improvements along the 4 key corridors, Granville, Kingsway, 49th, and Hastings, that work and budgeting opportunities underway at TransLink, and we don't yet know to what level will be supported, but that TransLink is keenly interested in achieving the operational savings, because I think that would not only improve, if I recall correctly, transit time in our city, but would save TransLink about $80 million. Is that right?
That's correct. They're very keen to cooperate on that.
Okay.
They have a strong interest.
So the takeaway for us, if they're highly motivated, is that we don't see anything in the budget being a barrier to achieving
Yeah, I wouldn't see anything there.
those improvements and getting buses moving faster.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. The other one, I'd like to switch gears, and this is really about our first responders. I'm always keenly concerned about the mental health of our first responders, police and fire. Maybe I'll direct this question to Chief Fry. And that is really understanding a bit more about the work that you're doing around mental health. And are we seeing positive strides in some of that? Can you give us a bit of perspective?
Yeah, obviously mental health is a crisis across the country, and especially in our first responders. And I think we're seeing positive strides only for the fact that we are doing so much and investing so much time and effort towards it. But what we always know is the more that we invest in it, it raises the awareness and reduces the stigma, so more people will take a knee while they're getting healthy.
So what are we doing to have that outcome?
Yeah, we have a 5-pillared approach right now that we've just set up, and we actually have some of our newest programs in the last 3 weeks. One thing we've done this year, which is just starting, is about interacting with violence in the workplace. So de-escalation techniques, many things that the police have been doing for several years, we're just doing that. We've trained 20 new CISM staff members, critical incident stress management team members as well. We have a therapy dog. We have dedicated staff that are working towards mental health. We have an online resiliency program that's supported through WorkSafe BC, but also Municipal Safety Authority, BC Professional Firefighters, and the Fire Chiefs Association. And we have a Loon Lake Resiliency Program where we actually support and help send members that are really struggling away for intensive treatment as well.
Okay, so it sounds like we're adopting a lot of similar best practices that VBD has embraced and ensuring that both of our services have that.
Correct, correct. And we're looking for every other opportunity that we can to continue to improve it too.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate all that work. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, we're at time. Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I have just three questions. The first one, I'm wondering, although I asked about retrofitting buildings for climate adaptation, what are our plans in terms of actually retrofitting city-owned buildings in terms of eliminating oil and gas in them? So electrifying our own city buildings.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. So in terms of retrofitting our own facilities, as Armin mentioned, we have a clear roadmap based on where we can get the biggest savings in terms of cost savings and also GHG savings. And we're moving through that fairly well and swiftly in terms of the biggest bang for buck first. I would also say we're certainly ahead of the target we've set for the community emissions reduction in buildings as well. So yeah, we are on track with our own facilities.
With our own facilities. Yep. Good to know. We should invite the public in to see those, just like that wonderful fire engine. It's great to see that excitement. Engineering. What is the pace of investment in renewal of our aging sewer infrastructure? I mean, where are we at now in terms of the percentage renewal compared to, say, the Vision era or, yeah, just...
Yeah, so to kind of restate, where we were in 2018 was at 0.3% renewal rate. Where we are today is 0.6. So we did double our renewal rate, and recognizing these are big projects, so that was a challenge for us to scale up. And in the next couple of years, we would be looking to get to 0.8% renewal. So from 0.6% today to 0.8%. We're still a ways from the target, but we would hope to get there in the next capital plan.
The industry target gold standard is?
Probably around 1.2%. Would we be 1.1, 1.2 is where we'd want to be. And again, recognizing these assets last 100 years, we do want to smooth out the roughness of the fact that we have a whole bunch of stuff aging at the same moment. So to get to a sustainable replacement rate, a renewal rate would be ideal.
How much is accelerating climate change exacerbating the problem for us and causing us to speed up this renewal rate?
Well, growth pressures and climate renewal combined actually put a lot of pressure on the sewer system in particular. So where we have systems or pipes that were designed for light rainfall and it's a combined sewer, now we have rainfall intensity, which is pushing the system to the limit, and sure gain more combined sewer overflows. So we're actually having worse performance in many respects on our system. And that puts extra pressure onto development because, of course, they're also looking for space in the same sewer pipe when the system's combined. As we do separation, that's part of the problem, but it's not the complete solution. The green infrastructure is a far cheaper way and probably a quicker way for us to get some good results quickly. So we do have a big part of our capital plan is ramp up on green infrastructure.
That's why you love those conversion of streets, right? Last question is around solid waste utility fees. So that particular report, is there a problem with organic waste not being diverted? And especially I'm thinking from multifamily dwellings, condos, apartments, etc.
Since I happen to have my expert here, I'll defer to him.
That's great.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, that is an ongoing problem. We typically have about 30% organic still in the garbage stream. So there's a huge opportunity to divert that material. It is typically a little bit higher in multifamily and commercial sector compared to single family. So we have a bit more control over our single family customers. And so we have a number of different education as well as an enforcement program around our own customer base. And we're continuing to work on on potential solutions to prevent that food waste from getting into the garbage stream or green bin in the first
I love
place.
the idea of the education, but I want to ask you about something different, which is, I believe Recycling Alternatives has a very small composting unit that can go into multifamily dwellings that takes even dog poo and no smell, and turns it into organics. Have we thought about introducing that idea?
Yeah, I mean, we're supportive of any solution that will help with that waste diversion for sure. I know recycling alternatives like that solution is made
And
in
I'm sorry,
Vancouver,
we're at time.
Yeah, it made
so it's great.
But everyone's going to be wondering. Let me tell you. Thank you. Great, thank you very much. Seeing that there are no other questions in the queue, we're now going to hear from the public. Before we begin to hear from registered, sorry. Oh, here we go. Okay, so before we begin to hear from registered speakers, I'd like to remind council and members of the public that public individual speakers may only speak for up to 3 minutes. Those speaking on behalf of 4 or more persons or groups, including the speaker, will have 5 minutes to speak, and only if those represented are also on the line or in person, and must not be individual speakers themselves. Council, you may not ask questions of the public. Members of the public should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I'll also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we'll go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. I would like to remind council, speakers, and observers to be respectful as we hear comments on the budget item. Vancouver Procedure Bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, manner of speaking, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected not to engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or that are defamatory. And I do want to make a personal comment here. I know some items on the budget may be very, there might be a lot of energy around it, and you know, we want to celebrate everyone's, you know, voice in this chamber, and we can do it respectfully. And I will be calling people out if they aren't. Respectfully, of course. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, team members, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during a meeting is not respectful. As chair, I will ask the speaker to modify their speech to ensure that they are using respectful language. We'll now begin with speaker number 1 of the public bodies and union representatives section of the speakers list, Kevin Lowe. Hugh is the library chair. Good seeing you again, Kevin.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mayor and Council. I'm Kevin Lowe, Chair of the Vancouver Public Library. Thanks for allowing me to speak with you today. Good to see everyone. I haven't seen folks in a little while, but hope everyone is doing well and staying well. Let me first acknowledge that VPL is on the unceded ancestral and present homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and we continue to be proud to be the first public library in Canada to have an Indigenous rights and reconciliation strategy. Let me start by just saying a really big thank you to this council on behalf of the board, staff of the VPL, and patrons of the library for this council's support of VPL last year and for the incremental funding that was provided. The VPL is well aware of the constraints on the city's budget. The funding you invested is making a difference in our community. With the funding, VPL was able to reclassify materials handling positions and branches to public-facing roles. And in that process, VPL also redistributed hours at branches from quiet times to busy Sundays. This meant that as of September, every branch is now open full days on Sundays, achieving a long-time goal of the board to better serve the public in Vancouver. This redistribution also enabled us to create 39 new part-time positions with benefits, reducing the precarity faced by staff holding few regular hours. Thank you also for your recognition of the challenging environment that public-facing library workers are facing in Vancouver. Last year, you provided funding for an internal-facing social worker position, and this new mental health support for staff across the system is making a positive difference. VPL contributes to many of this council's priorities, and we are proud to be part of fostering a healthy, inclusive, and equitable cities. Libraries are dynamic social and learning hubs for families, family with children, older people, and diverse cultural communities. We welcome over 4.5 million visits a year and issue 5,000 new library cards per month. We offer materials in 17 languages and deliver programs to actively combat racism and increase cultural understanding. As we've learned today, the Library Board recognizes the many pressures on the city as we look forward to 2024. It is our continued priority to serve those who need us most, and funding for additional opening hours remains our highest priority. Further to Councillor Kirby-Young's earlier inquiry, half of all VPL branches remain closed on Mondays. This most affects isolated seniors and others who rely on library spaces every day, and our spaces are particularly missed during extreme weather. If council provided an additional investment of approximately $250,000 to $300,000, VPL would be able to open 3 more branches on Mondays. VPL has spent many years implementing efficiencies, and I would flag to council that any reductions to the proposed budget would require that the library reduce service hours to the public or close branches, and we do appreciate that reductions have not been requested. In conclusion, the board and VPL staff look forward to continue to help council achieve its priorities, and I hope council can see that even modest investments in VPL can make meaningful impacts in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker we have is Lee Lax. Lee.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's with great pleasure that I'm here today on behalf of Vancouver firefighters and with our new Local 18 President, Katrina Davison, to speak in favor of the draft 2024 COV operating budget on behalf of our 899 members. As you may recall, 2024 will mark the completion of the BFRS growth plan. It's added much needed firefighting and fire prevention staffing to our city. We would be remiss not to mention the leadership of city staff, the fire chief and her team, and the commitment to fund these initiatives by the council of last term and this current council. Your dedication to meeting the safety needs of our community after decades of staffing cuts must be acknowledged and celebrated. On behalf of your firefighters, we say thank you. As shocking as it may be, when we have the additional firefighters planned for in this budget on the streets of Vancouver, we are only going to return to staffing levels last seen in the 1980s. All the while, we've been faced with an unprecedented growth for calls, for service, and a growing complexity of what it means to be a firefighter in Vancouver. 2023 has been a year like no other faced by firefighters. By year's end, the fire trucks will have rolled out over 100,000 times, a new record in Vancouver. We will have faced nearly 4,500 fires. This number is staggering to us. It has doubled since just 2019. In a one-day period last week, we saw firefighters face 22 fires in a 24-hour period. But what remains most concerning is that we've witnessed a staggering growth in overdose calls as a result of the toxic drug crisis. The firefighters have been on the front line, which has extended into its 8th year. Our members, your firefighters, remain some of the busiest in all of Canada. We're incredibly proud of their relentless efforts to do their very best serving the public. But we are increasingly worried that if forced to work at this continued pace, we will see declining mental and physical health. We are once again in Vancouver operating in a crisis mode. It is not sustainable without significant investment in our service in the years to come. As we understand it, the new staff you're being asked to approve this year will be added to a fire hall in our downtown core. Our downtown fire halls have been some of the hardest hit with year-over-year increases. and just in the last year, I've seen a 20% increase for calls for service. We're going to need your support in the future. Local 18 looks forward to supporting the fire chief and the VFRS team on its next service review and growth plan so we can best serve the growing demands of our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. And if I could just make a comment, we've had the benefit of hanging out with all of the a lot of the members at Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, and we're humbled by you. You put your lives on the line every single day. It's tough on you, it's tough on your families, and what we asked you to do to run into burning buildings and help people during a crisis or their own personal crises wherever they are. We just want to say thank you. And you know what? We'll be big supporters. So in general. So there you go. Thank you. Okay, that is the end of the public body representative speakers. The first public speaker we have is Nathan Davidowitz. Nathan, are you there? Oh, there he comes.
One is this one speaking? Yeah, thank you, Mayor and councillors. I just sent you the email, so I'll just summarize what I have to say. The budget task force that you established, which was very good, Mr. Mayor, that's been delayed till January of 2024, so we don't have all the information yet. Hopefully we will. I will speak about allocating money for pedestrian and traffic safety projects. On per capita basis, the city is allocating way less money now compared to previous years. Budgeting within the engineering department has not increased for years. We should not need to wait for up to 5 years for a pedestrian traffic light. And you can check with the mayors and councillors before Vision how things were done, because it's all the fault of Vision. And in 2022, the city collected 92 million in parking revenues. It was supposed to be 101 million, a shortfall of 9 million. In 2019, it was 103 million. And that's how we can pay for pedestrian safety. And that was how it was done before. Look, for example, at Hastings Street, east of Main Street. There is free parking in both Vancouver and Burnaby, except few meters around Nanaimo Street. If we charge parking on Hastings Street and other adjacent streets, we can raise up to $10 million per year. That 10 million can be used to fund hundreds of pedestrian and traffic safety Vision Zero projects. And some of these costs are cost shared with ICBC, BC Ministry of Transportation, and the BC Injury Research and Prevention Unit. So it'd be actually more money than, and we need to consult the experts on parking. The number one expert is Donald Schaap from the US, who has written many books, including a 500-page book called Parking in the City. The number two expert is our own BC expert from Victoria, Todd Littman, Victoria Transport Policy Institute, who has written numerous articles. So thank you very much for listening to me, and hopefully you will instruct the staff to make money for the city.
Thank you very much, Nathan. The next speaker we have is Emily Boston.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today, CFIB is here representing 850 Vancouver small business owners that are voicing clear opposition to the 7.6% property tax hikes and various fee increases proposed in a 2024 draft budget. Right now, Vancouver's small businesses are under immense pressure from government-related costs, inflation, pandemic debt, high borrowing costs, and lower consumer spending. Many of these factors are, of course, outside of Council's control. However, the April approval of a 10.7% property tax increase was and continues to be a significant burden for Vancouver residents and businesses. We ask you to consider the impact an additional 7.6% increase would have on the small business community and urge Council to address these challenges by prioritizing responsible, sustainable spending in this year's budget. While we recognize that municipalities often struggle to finance essential services, we can't rely on Vancouver small businesses to foot the bill for these funding gaps. CFIB is seriously concerned about the proposed spending of over $2 billion outlined in the 2024 budget, which is a nearly 10% increase from last year. At a time when residents and small businesses are struggling with a high cost of living, we question why this record-setting revenue is necessary. Approving a cumulative 18% property tax hike in just 2 years would indicate that the concerns of our small business community are not being heard. Vancouver's significant property tax increases are hindering our businesses' ability to grow, create jobs, and contribute to the local economy. In fact, CFIB data shows that in response to the latest property tax hike, 4 in 10 Vancouver small business owners had to make tough decisions, like reduce hiring, cutting operating hours, and tabling dreams to expand their business. Worse, over 30% fear they may have to close their doors for good. While this information is certainly jarring, it shouldn't come as a surprise, considering 6 in 10 of Vancouver's small business of our CFIB Vancouver small business members reported property tax increases of at least 11% this year. Property taxes aren't just about funding, they're about fairness. In Vancouver, commercial properties face a tax rate 3 times higher than residential properties. They also contribute to almost 40% of the city's property taxes while representing only 19% of the assessment value. In theory, this disproportionate burden should result in enhanced value from city services. However, 8 in 10 Vancouver small businesses feel that they do not receive fair value for the taxes that they pay. Approving additional property tax increases will further exacerbate the unfairness in Vancouver's current property tax distribution. The 2024 draft budget also outlines user fee increases in critical areas that directly impact Vancouver's small business community. A 15% increase to permit fees and a 6% increase to business license fees are among the revenue generation measures that will negatively impact small businesses. Survey data presented in the draft budget indicates that Vancouver businesses would prefer higher user fees over raising property taxes.
Emily, I apologize. We're at time.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
No problem. You have any questions?
We don't ask questions at this point. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm sure you can fill in the gaps. Thank you, though.
Great. Thank you very much for coming on in. Okay, the next speaker we have is number 3, Thuja Jeffrey.
Hello, Council. Before I get into the reasons for my opposition to the proposed 2024 draft budget, I would like to start by repeating my call from last week that Ken Sim and the rest of this council, Joy and Christine Boyle and Adrian Carr, in calling for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. As we stand here today, Israel is bombing southern Gaza, which is a heavily populated area that Gazans were already internally displaced to after violence increased in the north at the beginning of October. They fled to the south, grieving the destructions of their homes and the violent deaths of their family. Yet, once there, Israel continues to bomb them. Ken Sim and Council, we demand to know why, when thousands are marching in Vancouver's streets, that you, through your silence, are choosing to stand with settler colonial Zionism, the indiscriminate murder of civilians.
Point of order.
Yeah. First of all, this is to debate or speak on the budget. So
I would like to speak on the budget.
Okay.
And I would also like to call to say that many people would like you to call for ceasefire, but I am prepared to speak on the budget.
Okay, if we can speak on the budget, please. Thank you.
When I spoke before this council last week, it was in opposition to the over $6 million in additional funding for the VPD. Today, I am here to oppose the draft 2024 budget on similar grounds. This budget proposes a total $32 million increase to the VPD, and if this passes, it will bring the total VPD operating budget to $440 million. This would mean that since Ken Sim took office, the VPD's budget has ballooned by over $73 million. This increase is grossly out of step with previous trends. The last period over which the VPD budget increased by a similar amount was from 2017 to 2022, when it went from $289 million to $366 million over this 5-year period. To be clear, if this passes, Ken Sim and the ABC have increased the VPD budget by $73 million in less than half the time it took previous councils under Kennedy Stewart and Gregor Robinson to require a comparable increase in VPD funding.
Sorry, Thuja, you're at time, and thank you for.
I'll see you all next week.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Okay, the next speaker we have is Robin Tavender. Robin, are you here? Hey, Robin.
The clock is counting upward. Don't know why it's doing that. Okay, so I guess I'll start by saying first, subject to my subsequent comments, I support whatever budget increases might be required by the police and fire department. I have a torn tendon in my ankle, so they do work that people like me just couldn't do, so I really support the work that they do for the people in this area. But that said, I'd like to again quote the economist Murray Rothbard, who describes the state in these terms. The state, in the words of Oppenheimer, is the organization of the political means. It is the systematization of the predatory process over a given territory. For crime, at best, is sporadic and uncertain. The parasitism is ephemeral, and the coercive parasitic lifeline may be cut off at any time by the resistance of the victims. The state provides a legal, orderly, systematic channel for the predation of private property. It renders certain, secure, and relatively peaceful the lifeline of the parasitic caste in society. Since production must always precede predation, the free market is anterior to the state. The state has never been created by a social contract. It has always been born in conquest and exploitation. So the reason I mention that is because it seems the city is expending money, and I know it's not like, you know, you get a line item budget, but we now have metal detectors. And really, I consider invasive search for members of the public or earthlings on this planet, or however we might identify ourselves, who are not city staff, or I believe Mr. Chief Constable did not have to be searched. So, I mean, it really creates a caste-based society where there are a caste of people who are treated with suspicion, and I find searching people undignified when the sheriffs do it at the law courts. They have a specific statutory authority to do that. I have not had clarity about the seating arrangements in this room. For example, traditionally it was festival seating. Now it's reserved here for staff. But today we have another section of reservations here where I've been
Mr.
told
Mayor, just a point of order. Can we stay on topic? It's a long.
This is on topic because this is how the city is spending money to enforce. So can I have my time? He took some of my time.
You keep going.
Well, no, it wasn't a point of order at all. He just interrupted me because he doesn't like my political thesis, I think. And I've lost my train of thought.
Okay, well, we'll give you another, a few seconds.
Thank you. So we now have a reserved seating section for certain city staff and other people when it should be festival seating, because this is common property of the citizens. There is the gallery upstairs, but you know, you might say it's superior to sit upstairs, but I believe in equality where we all sit where we feel most comfortable, and there isn't this artificial barrier between the so-called public and the city staff. So I know I'm a bit over time because of the interruption, but I just want to conclude by saying that I really think the legitimacy of these coercive institutions comes from their public nature, and we've seen a decline in that public nature. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. Next speaker we have is Tim Kiko. Speaker number 5 has withdrawn. The next speaker is number 6, Carson Binda. Carson, are you there? Oh.
Sorry, technical difficulties here.
Please go ahead.
If the draft budget passes, an average home in the city will have to spend an extra $170 in taxes next year. The average house will pay more than $260 extra in taxes, while your average small business that calls Vancouver home will be on the hook for an extra $478 in property taxes alone. The city is set to spend an eye-popping $2.2 billion in the next fiscal year. This is the first time in the history of Vancouver that we have exceeded the $2 billion spending mark. That means that Vancouverites, normal taxpayers like me and you, are going to be on the hook for around $42 million per week on the politicians' pet projects. Those are some big numbers for the families I've spoken to and the small businesses that are just scraping by the skin of their teeth. On top of this property tax hikes, this city council plans on the adoption of a slew of new fees in Vancouver, the most ridiculous of which is a brand new $300 tax on exotic birds like parrots. I suppose council is trying to turn pet parrots into cash cows. Other fee hikes include doubling trade contractor licenses, increasing licensing taxes for businesses by almost 50%, and increasing licensing taxes for general contractors by more than $130. It's very, very difficult to reconcile the mayor's rhetoric on supporting small businesses when he is jacking up their property and licensing taxes. Actions speak louder than words, and this council's actions show that they are not interested in giving taxpayers nor small businesses a break. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming on in. The next speaker we have is Andrew Walker. Andrew, are you here?
Mayor and councillors, my name is Andrew Walker. I'm a resident of Vancouver in the Cedar Cottage neighbourhood. As you deliberate later on changes to the flat and metered water and sewer rates, I would ask that you also consider further amendment to the Waterworks bylaw made necessary by the city's ongoing efforts to meet their, and I quote, Greenest City 2020 goal to reduce how much water we all consume. Cedar Cottage Community Garden, located just south of Trout Lake Park, was founded in 2008 and since then has been growing food in and for the neighbourhood. During that time, we had never received a utility bill for water or sewer. However, when the city recently cancelled our lease on a large section of the garden for a city-backed affordable housing development, a water meter was subsequently installed during realignment of a water main. Subsequent to that, we received a utility bill for water and sewer, which will cost us around $3,000 on an annualized basis. Our current annual budget is about $1.8 thousand, which covers insurance, compost delivery, plant and seed purchases, plot repair, tool replacement, etc. We are asking that City Council reconsider its policy on water metering of community gardens to better reflect its claim to, and again I quote, support community gardens as part of our commitments under the Vancouver Food Strategy and the Local Food Action Plan. In order that Cedar Cottage Community Garden remain a valuable community asset for many years to come, We are asking that the City Waterworks bylaw 4848 be amended with the addition of the following section. 6.2a, exception for community gardens. Despite section 6.2, a property with a metered water service used solely for the purpose of supplying water for a community garden will, upon their request, be assessed as described in section 6.1, i.e. an annual flat rate service charge in accordance with the provisions of Schedule B. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 7, Andrew Walker. Andrew, are you there? Pardon? Oh, that wasn't, I'm sorry. The next speaker is speaker number 8, Cindy Shu. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Not on the line? Okay, we'll circle back. The next speaker we have is Derek Sweats on the phone. Derek, are you there?
Oh, I am. Can everybody hear me
We
clearly?
can hear you great.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm going to start my timer too. Hello. Hi. To start, I would like to draw attention to how the majority of city councilor questions have not been about housing when they themselves said that the number one business community concern was homelessness. It is quite telling. So if you have ever called for help or have called for help when you are falling apart, you know that the police show up first, are woefully ill-equipped to deal with mental health, and their sheer presence alone, what they've done escalates the mildest of situations by introducing the possibility of physical violence and death. Adding nurses to this will not help anyone except for the police. When I called for help last, they escorted the ambulance to St. Paul Hospital and waited with me for 6 hours in the emergency room, only to be told I couldn't get care. However, I could stay overnight. And at 7 a.m., I was kicked out with no supports at all. This is sadly a very common story. What's not common is people getting a mental health bed when they need one. If this budget goes through, that's $73 million more dollars thrown at the police over 2 years, and an ineffective and violent solution, as we all see on the news. If police and punishment works well, why do we still have jails and need community services? Now for other things, there is a backpack program for feeding kids. They are asking for $20 per week per child to feed, and here's that math. $20 times 52 weeks is $1,040. Times 5,000 kids, that's $520,000. There's a lot of families and kids helped with food security, single parents, people struggling. And another thing, you could fit the entirety of the BC Housing contributions to the operating budgets of Rain City Housing, Atira, and Portland Hotel Society into what's left of that $73 million after we fed the kids. That's paying for rent, staff, food, and other expenses of about 5,000 people on top of the 5,000 kids and families helped. All things that drive up a community's standard of living. In total, over 10,000 people positively affected, with families included, given housing, a shower, food, opportunities, and that are otherwise not there. There was even a recent article highlighting a seniors' housing crisis, and I'd say seniors' housing are a lot more important than supporting police who already have jobs or hiring more. And why only 1% infrastructure budget increase when streets are falling apart? You even said there was a funding cap. So divert cash from the BPD instead of increasing taxes. It's a no-brainer. You could add thousands of police, but without rehabilitation resources, shelter beds, and mental health beds, they are useless because people will be dumped out in the same situations without support. Everybody wants a solution here, but you're advocating for Band-Aids and refusing to acknowledge the causes. So give people opportunities with food security, mental health beds, shelter beds, childcare, and seniors housing so they don't have to wait months. So what are your priorities? Police or people? So because nowhere in the community priorities did law enforcement get mentioned. However, homelessness did, however. Fund the community, defund the police. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Derek. The next speaker we have, number 10, has withdrawn. So speaker number 11, Holiday Easterbrook. Holiday, are you here?
Hello. I'm here to oppose the city's budget for 2024 for overfunding the police. I'm missing work to be here, as are many other speakers. It was impossible to get a clear answer from the city clerks on what time we'd be speaking. And the fact is that process, whether intentional or not, decreases and discourages public input. People aren't able to plan their childcare, their time off work, their elder care. And another thing that suppresses public input is having 9+ security guards, as you did last week, that people have to get through in order to speak to council. At least 3 of those were police, some undercover, all armed. And I'm wondering how people who may have been traumatized by the police in the past would feel comfortable coming to speak to council, having to get through that in order to get into the room. This is just one example of a misuse of the city budget in funding police that don't need to be there. What are you afraid of? We're just the public. We're here to talk to you. You're city servants. You're here to listen to us. As that goes, you're treating the public like adversaries. Another gross misuse of public funds is the mass policing of the nonviolent, peaceful assemblies of people who are meeting in the streets to oppose the genocide happening in Palestine. This week, I saw in one city block over 20 cops policing a small action of people speaking out, as is their public right to do. It's no wonder to me that the city budget for the police in 2023 went over when you're misusing it to over-police people who are meeting in public. Last week, you heard from dozens of community members who explained to you that the research-based fact that increasing police funding does not only violently impact our most vulnerable neighbors, but it also is fiscally irresponsible because funding housing is always going to end up costing the city less in the long run. You seemingly disregarded all input from the public last week. So it makes me think you're not listening to us. I don't have anything else to say except for that I oppose the budget due to insufficient funding to address the homelessness crisis and for the overfunding of the police. You need to be funding low barrier housing. It is not complicated. $39 million allocated to housing, while you allocate $440 million to the police during a housing crisis. We are a city of 600,000 people. We do not need a $440 million budget for police. I don't even know how you can justify that to yourselves. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for coming in. The next speaker we have is speaker number 12, Lori Buckley. Lori, are you on the line?
Hello.
Hi, Lori.
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Yes. My name is Lori, and I'm a Cree resident of Vancouver who has lived in the downtown east side for 8 years, and I'm in opposition of the proposed budget surrounding the increased spending to the Vancouver Police Department, which continues to monopolize 20% of city spending while we all grapple with an overwhelming housing crisis, drug overdoses, and lack of access to mental health resources. Since moving to this neighborhood, I have witnessed an increase of people living outside, defecation on the streets, drug paraphernalia, and people visibly suffering from mental illnesses. While it's easy to blame these people who appear to be making this neighborhood unpleasant, I am frustrated by the lack of real investment to properly support them through a non-carceral and peer-based mental health emergency response system, low barrier non-market housing, and more access to safe drug supply. I am frustrated by this council's idea of public safety as it does not include those living in the downtown east side and many other marginalized folks as part of that community. Instead, they are treated as a threat for trying to survive in a city with little regard for their care and safety. I am frustrated watching this council support the investment of millions to criminalize poverty. Year over year, this city stands by the strategy of using and expanding police brutality to punish struggling community members because safety is only provided to some. This was proven as a fact when you supported the spending of $548,000 to violently and forcefully remove people living on East Hastings Street, a decision that was condemned by the federal housing advocate of the Canadian Human Rights Commission. It states in its budget that Vancouver is a vibrant, healthy, and inclusive city, and that Vancouver fosters reconciliation, all while providing an astronomical budget to an organization that regularly harms Indigenous people. Article 25 in UNDRIP states, Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinctive spiritual relationship with their traditionally owned or otherwise occupied and used lands, territories, waters, and coastal seas, and other resources to uphold their responsibilities to future generations in this regard. Yet we see how this is violated by witnessing your complacency when unarmed Indigenous people are met with excessive force for peacefully protesting land development and city-led displacement of my people. More and more stories come to light about the VPD not taking our missing family members seriously, and when these missing cases end in tragedy, these deaths are not investigated. We are simply not a priority to the Vancouver Police Department, and should you continue to increase their budget, it only validates that this council's intention of reconciliation is disingenuous. I am asking that the leadership in this city show some trust to the community workers, collectives, and organizations that focus on community safety by investing in them and divesting from police. Defunding the police is not a trend, but an
And I'm
urgent
sorry,
cry to
Laurie,
prioritize
we're at
this.
time. I apologize. But thank you for calling on in today. Appreciate it. Okay, so speaker number 13 has withdrawn, and so speaker number 14 is Jay Simpson. Jay? Oh, I see you coming.
Anine Boujou, City Council of Vancouver. I stand before you today less than 6 days since the last time I was here to oppose the increase of the police budget, and now again to oppose the increase of the VP budget in the 2024 capital and operating budget. It has become apparent that Ken Sim's endorsement by the Vancouver Police Union has produced frightening consequences within the community. Giving the Vancouver Police Department a $32 million budget increase would mean that since Ken Sim took leadership, you all approved $73 million budget increase to the police department. Policing is not the answer. Free and accessible services are the only way to bring this city into utopia. I use the word utopia to challenge the narrative that myself and many like me are fighting in a way of negativity. We are not the same as the boots on our neck or the barrel of the gun we are facing. I dream of utopia, free from the reign of Wittagos and hungry, greedy spirits who feast on the flesh of denizens in the downtown east side and their children. The over-policing of your citizens won't get rid of us, and the genocide being signed off won't get rid of any of us, or the people that, the genocide of the Indigenous people didn't get rid of the colonial state. The genocide of the Indigenous people didn't get rid of us as the colonial state, myself or my kin, nor will the sweeps and the destruction of our homes end our sovereignty or our self-determination. This city's silence during the ongoing genocide of the Palestinian peoples in Gaza and West Bank is deplorable and just confirms the overall support of genocide. Palestine will be free. You can't criminalize survival techniques as they are in the very nature of our collective humanity. The City of Vancouver has long penalized and enacted cruel acts of depravity with some of the highest levels of discrimination. The city has an abundant history of racism and classism, built on genocide and theft. Again, it is happening to clear out a section of the city with some of the strongest culture and connection ever. As an Indigenous woman, a daughter of the downtown east side, and someone who loves these streets, I can't be idle while the city continues to enact cruelty and continues its rampage against racialized folks who are experiencing mental health crises, the houseless, and those using substances. I want a tomorrow built on safety, true safety for all. Defund the Vancouver Police Department and fund a kinder tomorrow. Invest in supporting and supplying DOLF, Drug User Liberation Fund. Invest in safe and accessible Chinese senior housing in Chinatown. Return land access and support to our Black kin displaced due to the destruction of Hogan's Alley. Reinvest into the community. An increased policing budget is the last thing this city needs. Rather, more accessible housing, free transit, and immediate rent freeze, accessible grocery options, sustainable mental health supports, more funding into education and the arts. A brighter tomorrow needs the ability to dream of that tomorrow instead of fearing for an end at the knees of the police on our backs. Ikosi.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 15, Marcus Peterson. Marcus, are you there?
Not on the line.
Not on the line. We'll circle back. Okay, speaker number 16 has withdrawn. So speaker number 17, Kelly Chessman. Kelly, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Kelly. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a white settler on these unsurrendered stolen lands. In opposition to the increase of the policing budget is why I'm here today. It saddens me to be speaking to you about the potential of increasing the police budget, to have to plead with people in power, to listen to their constituents. But sadly, it's not surprising given that we've been watching a genocide occur in Palestine and been urging people in power to do the bare minimum, but have been met with largely silence and fear. And silence and fear is why I'm here again today, because the decision to increase an already inexcusably high police budget is coming from a place of silencing and a place of fear, and will instill a fear among those you claim to care about, residents and community members throughout this city. I've had the privilege of working with youth almost every day throughout my career, and my work is spent supporting youth through conflicts and developing skills to navigate conflict in safer ways. We reflect on why we act the way we do in conflict, and I'm humbled every day to witness the self-awareness and courage young people have in recognizing these harmful and hateful patterns that us adults deeply need to work on. We often ask youth the simple question, what makes you feel safe? The answers are beautiful and encouraging, and the answers rarely, if ever, include saying the police. The fact is police are often never what comes to mind when we think of safety. They're also not the thing that keeps communities and people safe. What keeps people safe is having access to their basic needs, having a community of people who care, a sense of acceptance, and a place to share their voice. And this is something you have heard repeatedly, but most recently when a survey went out to residents for budget consultation. Police were 16th on the list of 23 items. Affordable housing, access to housing, and social services remained at the top. But your response to this was to quote-unquote clean the streets by violently removing people from their homes on the street and further displacing community members, pushing them into unsafe positions, while also destroying their homes and their goods. Your response to safety continues to come from a place of fear and silencing by pushing issues under the rug and increasing a police budget that continues to harm those you say you are trying to protect. I've witnessed this reliance on the police and the violence of the police countless times in the city, but especially so in the past weeks. Just yesterday, I witnessed a man violently thrown out of a store who was in need of food. Instead of anyone responding with compassion or reflecting on why he might be stealing, his bag was grabbed and he was thrown out and humiliated. It's so easy to sit back in our chairs and look down upon theft, but in reality, what would you do? Poverty is so heavily criminalized, and why? Why is the response to theft humiliation? Why is the response always to punish when it's proven this just further deepens the issues and also lacks any sense of humanity? And just a few weeks ago, I also witnessed the violent arrest of one person for a very minor mischief charge, who was standing up against land theft and ongoing genocide happening in Palestine, which mirrors what happens here on this land that you so beautifully acknowledged at the beginning of this meeting today. That arrest of one person involved 20 police officers. 20. They were violently
And
thrown
Kelly,
into a
I
van.
apologize. We're at time, but thank you for calling in today. I appreciate it. The next speaker we have is speaker number 18, Grace Alvarez. Grace, are you on the line?
I am.
Please
Can you
go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Great. Thank you.
My name is Grace Alvarez. I'm a resident of so-called Vancouver, the traditional, ancestral, and unceded stolen territory of the Coast Salish people. I'm opposed to yet another increase in the VPD operating budget for 2024, which is another step towards the $500 million operating budget the police are predicting and hoping to have by 2028. I was in attendance at last week's meeting that was held on Tuesday, where every single speaker expressed being in opposition of increasing the VPD's budget for this year. And yet you all gave your predetermined answers within 30 seconds of the last speaker, with zero regard to what was being asked or said, making it very clear that you have no interest in participatory budgeting with community members. In addition to that pathetic show of pseudo-democracy, you and your party fictionalized a fear of physical safety to keep us downstairs instead of allowing us to be in the room with you, which is actually comical coming from a VPD-endorsed candidate and party. Has the increased police presence not helped you feel safer, Ken? No, creating a police state never does, for you or for any of the residents of this city, which, as was stated from another speaker last week, is a genocidal settler colonial project. Your 1984 rhetoric where you say you want community as you increase funding for destabilization and displacement isn't going to work. You're throwing not only our tax money into your hateful, failed project of decampments in the downtown east side, but also trashing all of our community contributions that we also pay for and supply to try to help our neighbors instead of punishing them. You and your party's self-righteousness is so potent that even when presented with the facts that increased policing does not reduce crime, that it is not an effective use of money, and that the citizens do not want their money spent this way, you remain completely unbothered, as you can see throughout all of these speeches. What you don't understand is that we see you for the police pawn that you are. You aren't the first or the last mayor to be strategically put in place, but you are distinctly disappointing to those who voted for you in hopes that you, as a visible minority and a child of immigrants, might actually care. I was not one of those people. As Rachel Lau, program manager of Yarrow Intergenerational Society for Justice, stated over a year ago, just because somebody looks like you doesn't mean that they're actually going to take care of you. Before you, during you, and after you, when another pawn is put in place, we will continue to hold the mayoral office accountable. What we actually want to see in next year's budget are things that do serve and protect, unlike the VPD. This includes tangible financial steps to address the housing crisis, the food crisis, the opioid crisis, to increase affordable quality health care, mental health care, and preventative services. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Grace. The next speaker we have is speaker number 19, Sam Alder. Sam, are you here?
Hello. Good to see you, Mayor Sim. I didn't get the impression you attended these things very often. Hi, my name is Sam Alder. I was born here. I recently purchased a condo in Vancouver after living here for the majority of my life. I only mention this because I suspect you may pay more attention if you know that about me. To get directly to the point, I find the recent hyperinflation of the police budget to be deeply troubling, and I want you to know that I oppose the passing of this budget on those grounds first and foremost. Increased policing does not lead to safer communities, as has been demonstrated extensively in the scientific literature, especially for those like myself who live with a mental illness. The draft 2024 budget states that the City of Vancouver has the corporate values of responsiveness, excellence, fairness, integrity, leadership, and learning. I would like to politely suggest that these noble principles are in direct contradiction to the actions that many of the members of this council have taken since taking office. The return of the School Liaison Officer program demonstrates an unwillingness to learn, both by the ruling party of this council, those who refuse to acknowledge the harm that is done to the learning environment by this program, as well as by the officers themselves, who did not receive any special training, which was one of the conditions upon which that School Liaison Officer program was reintroduced. Nothing changed. Why is it back? I would cite a lack of leadership by this council in the decision to first modify and ultimately reject the Climate Justice Charter simply because it was too specific and well-researched. Councillor Klassen, I appreciate your hand in this. It's a really wonderful one-finger salute to the young people of this city. We're going to have to live with it.
If we can keep the comments respectful, we'd love to hear your voice.
Which finger was I indicating? Do you know?
Yeah, point of order.
So that took about 10 minutes to do the point, 10 seconds to do the point of order. There is a lack of understanding amongst members of this council about the words integrity, fairness, and responsiveness. There is a massive failure of leadership happening here, and I do not appreciate the way you are spending our money.
I'm sorry, we're at time. Thanks. All right. Yep.
To cite the number,
and not just interrupt speakers. So respectfully, we've heard a few councillors file point of order without calling for the actual number, and that is the process that we have.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. So speaker number 20 is Chantel Spicer. Chantel, are you there online?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Chantel Spicer, and I'm here speaking today in my role as campaign manager for the BC Poverty Reduction Coalition, which represents over 80 organizations and community collectives that come together to advocate for public policy solutions to end poverty, homelessness, and inequality in BC. We wish to speak specifically about the urgent need for allocations for housing within the proposed 2024 Vancouver budget. In that proposed document, a stated goal of the city is to accelerate the development of market and below market rental housing on city land to deliver more affordable housing options, as well as to acquire and dedicate sites for non-market housing development. We at the BC Poverty Reduction Coalition and many of our partners here in Vancouver hope to see City Council recognize the value of ensuring we are putting precariously housed or houseless people into safe, affordable, and appropriate housing by providing homes or shelter through city lands or negotiating with partners like the Port of Vancouver. As stated in the March 2023 Provincial Partnership Plan regarding the crisis of housing for people in the downtown east side, the City of Vancouver was described as committed to working with government and community partners to provide outreach, support, and connections to make land available for housing and to expedite necessary land use decisions. Given that there is already a deficit of shelter beds coupled with rising homelessness counts, we need to see urgent action on these statements. We urge you to address these immediate needs of housing for those people facing yet another cold winter outside and the ongoing impacts of climate change, capitalism, racism, and stigma. We specifically lift up the calls of the Carnegie Housing Project and their partners, which are derived directly from the people of the downtown east side. Specifically, we call for the 2024 Vancouver budget to include providing access to washrooms, laundry, and shower services in the downtown east side, providing 500 to 1,000 additional low-barrier shelter beds through city-run and partnered facilities and keeping these shelters open year-round, extending leases or finding sites for all Vancouver modular housing units, supporting the creation of a tiny home village for the Crab Park community, such as what we see in Duncan and in Halifax, and expediting the approval and creation of 10,000 non-market rental, public housing, and co-op housing units recommended by the CCPA to address Vancouver housing needs. Enforced and legislated poverty erodes all aspects of our city and society. It is our hope and call to see the Vancouver City Council lift people up instead of pushing them down and to work together with those most impacted by poverty to make things better for everyone.
Great. Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is number 21, Emily Luba. Emily, are you?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
I'm here to oppose a budget increase to the VPD. What I've heard is it will soar to $440 million. That number is massive. I'm not surprised that this budget increase is being proposed as the parallels between genocidal settler colonialism happening in Gaza and our occupied land here are stark, and the city of Vancouver has failed in every way possible to prevent the death of Palestinians and the death of Indigenous peoples here. I'm speaking today thinking of Joshua, Samaya, Mose, Flora, Ricky, and so many others. Friends I've lost because the city's policies are killing unhoused and precariously housed people, drug users, and so many more who don't fit into Ken Sim's definition of a human being and member of the public. I'm against the police budget because of the amount of resources I've seen wasted every morning when park rangers, city workers, and the VPD go around and harass people who are living in parks because they have nowhere else to go. I'm not a policy expert, and I don't have the budgetary numbers to know. It's just a simple fact. There needs to be more housing, affordable, livable housing that people want to move into. Money needs to be going there, not towards the VPD, who do nothing more than harass, intimidate, hurt people. And I've seen it so many times, more times than I probably have time to describe now. I'll end there. I'd like to end with a moment of silence for all the people who've been lost because of policies like this going through and budget increases like this going through, which I will begin now.
Okay, thank you very much, Emily. The next speaker we have is speaker number 22, Stephanie Blandino. Did I pronounce your name correctly, Stephanie?
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
City Council of Vancouver. My name is Stephanie Blandino, and I'm here today to speak out my opposition for the proposed VPP budget increase that has been pushed forward by Mayor Tenson and the police union-backed ABC Party. As a resident of Vancouver who works in mental health and harm reduction, I am fearful of what increased police presence and power has already done to our communities, particularly our most vulnerable community members. Looking through the proposed $6.1 million budget increase, partially intended to cover the dehumanizing street sweeps and encampment efforts, it is so clear that increased police presence is not the answer. The budget draft outlines a commitment to delivering services that are relevant and result in desired public outcomes. A further increase of $32 million, putting the total at $415.9 million, will not result in desired public outcomes, certainly not justice-oriented, humanizing, or safer outcomes. These sweeps must come to an end, and the city needs to prioritize supporting houseless folks rather than targeting them in the cruel ways we have repeatedly seen over and over. Police do not yield a safer city. They are not the correct response when folks are navigating houselessness, surviving our deadly drug epidemic, or experiencing mental health crises. Time and time again, we have seen officers only further escalate crises, and the costs of this have been deadly. In January of 2021, VPD were called to respond to what was so clearly a mental health crisis, and within 6 seconds of getting out of their car, 2 police officers shot the escalated individual 5 times. Later identified as Chester Leboan, community rallied together asking why this individual was shot and killed rather than supported by a team of mental health workers trained in de-escalation. Police do not keep us safe. Last month, on November 3rd, during a pro-Palestine rally that was happening at Clark and Venables, we witnessed 2 police officers do nothing as a vehicle purposefully ran into a group of peaceful protesters. In the footage that was shared on social media, we see protesters ask VPD why they did nothing and get no response from the officers. Police do not keep us safe. Please consider the proposed budget increase. Reconsider. What kind of city do we aim to be? Are we simply to continue in the settler colonial project, funneling tax dollars to uphold these dehumanizing tactics that wage war on the city's most vulnerable? We need more nurses. We need more tax dollars going to harm reduction and housing, increased mental health services, and crisis response workers. We need this now, and demand a ceasefire in Gaza now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is number 23, Lauren Crawford. Lauren, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Lauren Crawford. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm calling in specifically to oppose the increase to the police budget. When broken down, the daily operating budget for the VPD is over $1 million a day. Suggesting an increase of over $30 million more is absurd. We could house the entire unhoused population many times over with the amount they already spend paying police to harass marginalized people. The abuse of power by police the world over, Vancouver included, is well documented. I myself have a scar on my leg from the police using their bicycles as weapons at the horrific April 5th Hastings Street decampment, and many officers laughed and smiled in our faces as they attacked peaceful protesters, much of which was caught on camera, so try to deny that. They were constantly lying to us and changing what they said we were allowed to do just so they could further abuse us for not following orders. VPD paid out over $440,000 in overtime pay alone between April 5th and 16th. And all of that behavior is a drop in the bucket of how they treat human beings trying to survive in the city. I have an acquaintance who was training to become a police officer. This person told me many stories from an inside perspective. When other officers were using slurs to speak about marginalized citizens, they told their superior and were then gaslit and told these weren't slurs. And then their superior told everyone that my acquaintance was an oversensitive snitch, which led to harassment by coworkers. They also told me about how officers were often harassing and abusing people in lockup. This is the institution you want to give money to? If the police budget is increased, it will further prove that this council has no interest in what is best for this city and its vulnerable residents. You only care about the status quo and leading us further down the path of fascism. This money could be used to fund social services and housing that would actually help people. How can you defend paying millions of dollars to police, park rangers, and city workers to bully vulnerable people, criminalize them for being poor, steal and throw away all of their possessions, including personal documents, photos, medicine, family members' ashes, literally everything, and tell them to decamp when there's nowhere for them to go? I would love for you to explain how this is a functional system that should receive further resources. Truly, please explain to us how this is helping anyone other than those already in power. You should all be ashamed. Your lack of regard for human beings is despicable. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Kirthana Rang. Are you there?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
My name is Kirthana Rang, and I'm here to represent Uber Canada to speak on Recommendation D in the 2024 Engineering Fees Report in front of you today. In that report, you will see proposed fee increases of 6%, 20%, 11.5%, and 9%, all within the same ballpark. And then there's the Congestion and Curbside Management Permit, or CCMP, which is proposed to have a 67% increase. 67%, or over 3 times higher than any other fee increase in the same report. When we unpack what the 67% increase represents and public policy challenges it creates, it is clear that Council needs to reconsider this increase. First, Vancouver residents and visitors already pay the highest rideshare city fees in Canada. Right now, a trip in downtown Vancouver has $1.60 of fees associated with it. This is 4 times higher than any comparable jurisdiction in Canada. Once this proposed increase comes into effect, the disparity will become even larger. For example, a trip in downtown Vancouver will have $2 of fees associated with it, while the same trip in downtown Toronto would only have 43 cents of fees associated with it. While these numbers might seem small to some, they should not be underestimated, given the affordability crisis we find ourselves in across the country. Second, the proposed increase in hours jeopardizes the safety and growth of Vancouver's night economy. Currently, the CCMP applies to trips from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Recommendation D would extend this time frame to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. in direct conflict with staff's own analysis in 2019. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, MAD Canada, has spoken out about the impact that this increase in fees and extension of hours will have on impaired driving in Vancouver. They have said, independent research shows that cities that have affordable rideshare options have seen a decline in impaired driving. This increase in fees and hours will make people choose to take their own vehicle when going out. Business groups like Downtown Van have also spoken out about the impact that this fee increase will have on the night economy. They said the proposed increase in the CCMP would easily have long-term damaging effects on the downtown Vancouver economy and public safety. Third and finally, the City of Vancouver no longer has the jurisdiction to charge this fee. Ever since a May 2023 amendment to the Vancouver Charter, the City may not establish or impose a toll on the use of streets unless specifically provided by a provincial or federal enactment. The CCMP does not fall under the City's authority to regulate parking, since mere stopping is different from parking. This is the reason why cities such as Vancouver have different street signs or no parking versus no stopping. Momentarily, pausing to pick up or drop off a passenger cannot, under any reasonable
Kirthana, sorry, you're at time, but thank you for your comments. The next speaker we have is speaker number 25, Prabhi Diol. Prabhi, are you there?
Not on the line.
Not on the line, okay. We'll circle back. 26 has withdrawn. Speaker number 27, Helena Sieferling. Helena, are you
Hi
there?
there, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Helena Seiferling. I'm the Executive Director of Living in Community, a nonprofit organization and charity based here in Vancouver on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. So Living in Community does education and advocacy on the rights and the needs of folks working in the sex industry, and we work with dozens of partner organizations both in Vancouver and across the province whose lived experience and expertise inform our recommendations for your 2024 budget. So for many years, the City of Vancouver has been a leader in taking a harm reduction and human rights-based approach to the sex industry. Since 2009, the City of Vancouver has actively sought to implement approaches that respect and uphold the rights of sex workers in your policy development, bylaw enforcement, and training for staff. And since 2004, the City has supported our model here at Living in Community of bringing together diverse stakeholders to collaboratively ensure that everyone is safe and respected in the City of Vancouver. So we hope that the City will choose to continue to be a leader in this area. From our 20 years of work, we know that any focus on community safety must center the needs of those most marginalized. The root causes of violence and vulnerability are poverty, criminalization, colonization, and systemic barriers to accessing services. So therefore, we join with many other local community groups in commending and calling for real, meaningful implementation of the following items in the draft budget: addressing the housing and homelessness crises, increasing the number of public washrooms available in various neighborhoods, investing in needed social services such as libraries, neighborhood houses, and community centers, and implementing more peer-led mental health and harm reduction services in more communities across the city. And we further join with the voices of local community groups in recommending against the hiring of 100 new police officers or further budget increases for the VPD. In this difficult year where budget funds are extremely tight, any available funds must go toward addressing the root causes of the issues we face. It is not only a better approach rooted in equity, which is the third top concern noted by residents in your budget survey, but it is also more cost-effective to invest in public services that make the things that people need easily available and accessible to all. Not accidentally, the top two concerns noted in that budget survey also speak to the need to invest in public services, housing, and infrastructure and transportation. And above all, we ask that you do not cut any services or programs that marginalized folks rely on to meet their basic needs, either by decreasing existing funding levels or by not increasing funding to match recent inflation. And we also ask that you do not increase user fees for these services that folks rely on. We believe, and I'm sure you do too, that everyone is entitled to safety, to autonomy, and to the freedom to choose the kind of work they do and the life they lead. This must mean, however, that people have real options that they can freely choose from and access. And of course, you know, there's much you can do as a city to ensure that folks can
Hi,
access
Helena.
those
I'm
programs.
sorry. We're at time, but thank you very much for calling in and your comments. The next speaker we have, thank you. The next speaker we have is speaker number 28, Dorothy Lynn. Dorothy, are you there?
I have a slideshow again that I'd like to refer to.
Bringing it up now.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, I was just waiting for the timer to restart. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, and the public. As I mentioned last week, I am a Vancouver resident, growing up in Kerrisdale, and a recent Master of Science graduate from the University of British Columbia in medical genetics. I'm here to oppose the draft budget as there is an insufficient allocation for addressing the homelessness crisis. Last meeting, Councillor Fry pointed out that the de-encampments may not have been the best way to manage homelessness in Vancouver. However, upon reviewing the 2024 draft budget and long-term priorities, there remains no allocation for, and importantly, a detailed, well-researched plan aimed at ending this crisis. I am now proposing a budget reallocation towards a task force whose goal is to research and implement a pilot project comprising of evidence-based models to end homelessness in the city. The housing priorities listed by the City Council in the 2023 to 2026 strategic priorities place an emphasis on working with external partners and increasing funding towards rapid responses to encampments. This deferral of responsibility to external stakeholders and the reliance on reactive de-encampments in this long-term strategy demonstrates that there's a lack of a detailed plan for housing our residents for years to come. Vancouver currently uses a continuum of care model to address homelessness, starting with outreach and ideally ending with supportive housing. However, supportive housing is unavailable for individuals with substance abuse disorders and/or severe psychiatric disorders that need treatment. This results in a series of hurdles for unhoused individuals. In contrast, the Housing First model, which was created in 1992, combines secure housing with treatment. And this has been proven successful in securing long-term housing in cities such as Medicine Hat, Alberta, and also Salt Lake City. The graph on the right on my presentation is from a 2009 study done in New York City, with a solid black line denoting individuals assigned to a Housing First model, and the dotted line denoting individuals assigned to the Continuum of Care model. As we can see, individuals with the Housing First model proactively accessed more substance abuse treatment services over the course of 24 months. In conclusion, behavior changes follows supportive housing. 7 other studies have demonstrated that this Housing First model has reduced homelessness, increased housing tenure, and decreased emergency room visits and hospitalization. As I mentioned and demonstrated empirically in my last talk, we must approach housing in a novel manner because it can and will reduce both the financial burden as well as the burden on public safety and emergency service sectors. I am asking you as this council that represents the city to take accountability and at the very least allocate funding towards this Housing First task force. And I'm asking you to take this initiative as it's the responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next speaker we have is speaker number 29, Aaron Bowden. Aaron, are you on the line there?
Not on the line.
Whoops. Okay, the next speaker we have is, hopefully I pronounced this correctly, speaker number 30, Amenz Osagi. Amenz, are you here? Oh, great.
Mayor and Council, my name is Yiman Jiang. I'm the current chair for Cedar Cottage Community Garden. I'm here to speak to the water rates.
Sorry, I apologize for 1 sec. Yiman, you're the next speaker. Is speaker number 30, Amenze Osagi, here? No, okay, we'll circle back. Please, Yiman, come back in. Sorry about that. I know they want us to follow the rules here, so I totally apologize and welcome.
I'm here to speak on the water rates. We received a utility bill of over $1,800 for less than 5 months of metered water and sewer service for our garden. That would be annualized at $3,000. This is more than 10 times the unmetered rate of $255 for community gardens set out in Schedule B of Bylaw 4848. We hope this is simply an oversight. As gardeners, we're keenly aware of the importance of water conservation. We installed water barrels, tree gator bags, and a slow irrigation system. We planted native species and drought-resistant plants for reduced water usage. We came before Council in 2018, 2019, and 2022. Each time, Council unanimously voted to support our garden and direct staff to work with us to identify a new site for our garden, as half our garden was designated for affordable housing. Over the past 5 years, we made every effort to work with Parks Board and the city, yet no alternative location has been found. This fall, our garden on city land was uprooted and cleared as construction began. This has left us gardening only on TransLink property under the SkyTrain tracks. Community gardens on city and parkland are being supported with their water bill being paid by the city and parks. But we appear to be penalized for where our garden is located for utilizing an area which would otherwise go to waste. City has long been supportive of community gardens, recognizing the many benefits they bring, from food security, physical and mental health, to community building and creating a beautiful green space for all to enjoy. In addition, you've heard earlier, City invested much in green rainwater management. Our garden acts as a giant rainwater infrastructure at no cost to the city. So we ask you to continue supporting our garden by making the necessary bylaw changes so that we are charged the same rate as an unmetered community garden, rather than being charged out of existence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is number 32, Jordan Epstein. Jordan, are you here? Or, sorry, on the phone?
I'm in person.
Oh.
Yeah, I switched to in person because I wanted to try and get the attention of all of you a bit better. I'll start by saying I strongly oppose the increase to this budget, specifically the large amount to the Vancouver Police Department. Earlier today, to start the meeting, you mentioned you wanted to adhere to the 7 generations principle. I'd like to illustrate how harmful that statement is in relation to these budget increase requests. The concept of taking care of the next 7 generations would mean adding funding to urgently needed social services like mental health support, drop-in centers, safe and accessible housing options, treatment programs, trauma-informed care, food supply, safe drug supply, safe consumption sites, accessible washrooms and showers, and cultural spaces. 40% of the downtown Eastside community identifies as Indigenous, many of them residential school survivors. We know increasing street sweeps will directly harm this community, continually erasing individuals, many of which are Indigenous, and displacement equals death. We have seen firsthand large groups of uniformed task force members approach individuals, often silently sleeping in their tents. With no warning, they have used excessive force and pitchforks to remove people's homes and belongings. We've seen cultural items, ashes of loved ones, people's last personal items being aggressively removed into City of Vancouver garbage bins. These simply have labels made of tape on them that are marked personal belongings. This is easily missed by anyone walking by. You see food waste and trash being put into people's belongings. Every time these individuals are asked, they have not one pair of clean socks and underwear, none of them have their medications, and no idea where to go that night or how to find their belongings. They've been met with zero dignity, respect, or assistance to find a place to go, and this cycle happens every few days. People aren't pests for you to extinguish. These systemic issues can only be helped by increasing funding to these community services. It's very obvious that you're not considering these individuals' needs, and I just want to pause this and say that I doubt that any of you have talked to any residents on the downtown east sides yourself. We already know that it would cost less to build housing than hire more police officers to intimidate people that are not breaking any laws by being unhoused. There are only 2 housing blocks across the greater Vancouver region for families. If all of your privileges washed away tomorrow, Ken, where would you take your kids? Where would you take them? What if you couldn't stay at a friend's house? What if you didn't meet the criteria, the strict criteria for sheltering or SROs? What if a city worker threw out your wallet and lost your ID? How would you get back a new ID? What if your money kept getting stolen while you're sleeping? How would you feed your kids? If you got hurt, how would you see a doctor? How would you access government funding or programs? I imagine that your experience would be less than pleasant. And for the last 30 seconds, I'd like to add that Canada is complicit in genocide from downtown Eastside to Palestine. There's no other way to say this. This is just a fact, and I hope that that landed with some of you today.
All right. So thank you for coming in. We're going to circle back now. Speaker number 8, Cindy Shu. Are you on the line?
Not on the line.
Okay, the next speaker is speaker number 10, Margaret Lynn Easterbrook. Margaret, are you on the line?
Yeah, I am. Hello?
Please go ahead.
Hello? Okay. I am a Vancouver citizen, and man, I just want to say, we had this meeting last week where we talked about all this stuff, and there's that one person who did the presentation that did the presentation again, which is awesome, but it's we're showing you all these cold hard facts, and how are you doing this again? Like, how are you still wanting to give cops more money, you know? I feel like on the way in here, when you had to go through all those cops and get, searched or whatever, and like you go through the hallway and there's like a bunch of dudes with guns and, in the interview, the city staff was like, oh, it's because we feel unsafe that like, people are gonna like kill us or whatever. But like, you guys are killing people. And I'm sorry, I'm just getting off the bus. What was I saying? Oh, thanks. Fuck it, I'm gonna stay on this bus. Okay, could you remind me what I was saying, actually? Were you listening? Never mind. Okay, anyways, what I was saying. Oh yeah. So, like, once upon a time ago, I know, just 2 seconds, man. Once upon a time ago, there was, bad guys. And the government was like, hey, let's hire cops to get rid of all those bad guys. But the people you're killing now are just hungry and looking for a home. And I feel like, if you're killing those guys, it kind of makes you the bad guys, Like, even like coming through here and people are, seeing all those cops and stuff. It's like, how fucked that is for us to like come up here and actually say what we want to say? Because like even in your last meeting, there's one guy that was like, ooh, the AI, we're going to have data.
Do you have comments on the budget?
Yeah, I do. I don't want you to do it, but also let me speak, dude. You can't just like brush me off because anyways, I won't go off. But, yeah, and then it's like, how do we even feel safe? Like, all these people that put their names on here, people who are showing their faces in this courtroom, like, we can't, the fact that I can't even talk like this without you interrupting me is like you just brushing off people who, like, might swear or, like, might not have the right words to say. You know how fucked that is? Also, you're gonna, like, have kids, dude. Your kids are growing up in this world that they can't even go to City Hall without feeling they're gonna get shot if they want to talk about the cops budget. Like, please don't do this to the city, dude. Don't do this.
Thank you very much for calling in. We're at time. Thank you.
All right. Respectfully, Kenton, you gotta change.
Thank you. All right. So the next speaker we have is speaker number 15, Marcus Peterson. Marcus, are you on the line? We're circling back. Is Marcus there?
Not on the line.
Okay. The next speaker is speaker 25, Prabhi Diol.
Not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 29, Aaron Bowden.
Not on the line.
And speaker number 30, and I hope I got this right again, Menzi Osagi.
Not here.
Not sure. Okay. Well, that ends the speakers list. Thank you for taking the time to speak to council. Sorry. Right. No, that's great. So, sorry. Can we get some order in the chamber? We heard you. All right. Sorry. All right. So. Right. Awesome. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna take a recess for 5 minutes, everyone. Thank you very much. I'll use it in my office. How's that? All right. Thank you, everyone. So to reiterate, sorry, do we have quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Yep. That concludes the item. As a reminder that council will debate and make a decision on the 2024 capital and operating budget at the council meeting next week, which is Tuesday, December the 12th. Do you have a motion to adjourn? Great, seconded. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion passes. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.